Blessed love, my Lord and Empress, give thanks for life and the mighty life giver, Holy Emmanuel I, King Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. This is the African Liberation Network. I'm the host, Prophet Daniel, and this is the Bobo Shanti International Study Group. At this time, I'll turn it over to the Honorable Priest Dougie to say the prayer to open the program. Honorable, my Lord.
Give thanks, Honorable. Greetings and welcome, everyone, near and far. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for I as brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and strength. Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. Yeah, we ask the Father to come among us, to make clear, the mystery, and to guide I and I along a pathway that He chooses for I and I, And I ask the Father to give us obedient hearts that we may follow His directives, through His love and His mercy, Most High. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, guide and bless us on our journey, Most High.
My Lord.
All right.
Give thanks, King. Yes. Give thanks for everybody here with us in the Zoom. Give thanks for everybody watching on YouTube, same way, now and, in the future. And, the topic for today is to differentiate, compare and contrast between religion and spirituality. As we know, King Emmanuel, Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, said that religion is vain. And he also said religion is Satanism. He said Christianity is Satanism, which, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, when he spoke of religion, he spoke of it more in a positive way. He said, unless civilizations and sciences and things are not, if they're not guided by religion, then they're probably going to go wrong and they're going to do wrong things, So his stance regarding religion was that religion is a good thing. So we're here to, clarify what it is, because we don't believe that the two were saying anything different or contrary to each other, but it's just for us to understand where they both were coming from and what they really meant when they said what they said, so that we can be clear. And even the way we approach Rastafari, because Rastafari in general across the board has always burned religion, and distinguished itself and said we are a livity, and a movement, and not so much a religion, even though, we sometimes register as churches and things like that for the sake of being able to function within different countries and things like that. The Rastafari movement is not, it has never identified itself as a religion. So we want to make it clear what it is that we're talking about when we say we're not a religion and we are a livity, and that we're about spirituality, but not religion, and to be in line with the teaching of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I as well. And even Marcus Garvey, he made statements and wrote things about religion as well. So we'll just compare. And also, each of us is an intelligent individual same way, and we have our own thoughts and opinions. So it's not just really to try and figure out what anyone else said, but for us to know for ourselves what it is that we're dealing with, because our approach to being Rastafari will be impacted strongly by our mentality, whether we are seeking spirituality or religion. That's going to change the way we look at our culture and, our projection into the future as what it is that is our goals, our aims and objectives, We know that when Dada, King Emmanuel, was interviewed and asked, what is your religion? He said, oh, my religion is freedom, redemption, international repatriation of the house of Israel to our own vine and fig tree, international repatriation. That's his religion, and so it should be ours as well. So that means that he did have a religion, but even when you think about what that answer, the question and the answer, I'm sure the questioner is looking for him to say, my religion is Rastafari, you know? But he didn't say that. He said that his religion is freedom, redemption, and repatriation, which, you know, you don't even think about those things as a religion. You think of Christianity, you think of Islam, you think of, you know, whatever other different types of religions there are in the world. So yeah, we just want to get down to the bottom of it, you know, understand what it is that our Father, our Trinity was talking about when it comes to religion and spirituality, and how we must understand it as well, and how we should operate within such understanding. My Lord and Empress, give thanks and praise, you know, for everyone being here. I would like to open the floor, you know, for, I guess I would ask, you know, Priest Dougie, being the elder priest on the line, to kind of open, you know, the reasoning as far as, you know, going into what it is, the subject matter. I was just giving an overview of what we're trying to establish, but I'll let the priest kind of open up the reasoning itself, my Lord.
Yeah, give thanks, beloved. Yeah, a very serious reasoning, and we have to approach it from all angles to really get the fullness of it. Religion. What is religion to I and I? You know, religion to Rastafari is someone's concept of the realm of God, you know, of the essence of the Creator in their view. It is an institutionalized way of viewing God and practicing our worshiping God. Spirituality, on the other hand, is an innate sense, you know, a sense that connects you to the universal intelligence, you know, that wealth of inborn knowledge that is encoded in our DNA. You know? Spirituality links us directly to that inner sense, you know, inner being, you know, versus religion. Now, we're not going to discuss, or I won't discuss the rights or wrongs of religion. I will stand on what my father said. My father said it is vain and it is Satanism. And understandably so, you know, because he's looking at it from a survivor of the transatlantic slave trade, also as a redeemer of his children who were taken away. And his children were taken away in the name of Jesus by missionaries professing Christianity, and of the highest form back in those days. Now, not only were we taken away under the guise of religion, but we have been held down using religion, because religion teaches us to submit to a master and to wait on some fictitious superhuman to relieve our pressure. It doesn't teach us that we are responsible for ourselves and for our destiny, and that we have the power to control our future. It doesn't teach us that power belongs to the people. So, under that premise, do we reject Christianity? Now, whether we want to embrace spirituality or not, it is an innate being, as I said, it exists within us. Everyone has that sense of right and wrong, that inner voice, you know, even when you're not learned about something, you know, you can feel it, you can feel the vibration and say, well, this thing don't feel right, you know, it don't seem right, it's not coming across right, you know. That is that innate being, that innate sense, that what they call that voice of reason. See, we all have that in I and I. That's why we are accountable for our actions. You understand? That's why there is a wage for sin. You understand? For deliberacy of doing wrong. When you deliberately do wrong, there is a consequence to it. You know, because we have that innate sense of right and wrong. Yeah, let us start from there, and everyone else can add their opinion and their consciousness of what it is and their interpretation of what it is, and we can build the conversation from there. Give thanks.
My Lord, I would like to share, if no one else had anything to say at the moment, I would like to share what His Majesty said, you know, how he regarded religion. It was an interview. The interviewer asked, there are people who hold that civilization has done more harm than good to humanity. These people argue that even though the so-called modern progress has brought some physical comfort, it has done incalculable harm to and greatly weakened the spiritual values regarded so highly in former times. What they call spiritual values are those things which are usually associated with religion. In other words, the great progress made in the field of science has contributed to the weakening of the influence of religion and has deprived man of that inner calm that he so much needs for his spiritual well-being. What is your Majesty's opinion on this matter? So this man is asking him, do you think that civilization, he said that people think civilization has done more harm than good. And also he's asking him, do you think that spirituality and religion, mostly religion, is in competition with science? And do you think that these things are doing good for the world, or are they doing worse for the world? And he says science has contributed to the weakening of the influence of religion and has deprived man of the inner calm that he needs for his spiritual well-being. So he thinks that science is in competition with religion. All right, so here what His Majesty said. One cannot deny that in former times, man's life had been one of toil and hardship. It is correct to say, therefore, that modern civilization and the progress of science have greatly improved man's life and have brought comfort and ease in their trail. But civilization can serve man both for good as well as for evil purposes. Experience shows that it has invariably brought great dividends to those who use it for good purposes, while it has also always brought incalculable harm and damnation to those who use it for evil purposes. To make our wills obedient to good influences and to avoid evil, therefore, is to show the greatest wisdom. In order to follow this aim, one must be guided by religion. I'll read that part again because I think that's pretty important. His Majesty said, to make our will obedient to good influences and to avoid evil, therefore, is to show the greatest wisdom, to do good and avoid evil. In order to follow this aim, one must be guided by religion. Progress without religion is just like a life surrounded by unknown perils and can be compared to a body without a soul. All human inventions, from the most primitive tool to the modern atom, can help man greatly in his peaceful endeavors. But if they are put to evil purposes, they have the capacity to wipe out the human race from the surface of the earth. It is only when the human mind is guided by religion and morality that man can acquire the necessary vision to put all his ingenious inventions and contrivances to really useful and beneficial purposes. The progress of science can be said to be harmful to religion only so far as it is used for evil aims and not because it claims a priority over religion in its revelation to man. It is important that spiritual advancement must keep pace with material advancement. When this comes to be realized, man's journey toward higher and more lasting values will show more marked progress, while the evil in him recedes into the background. Knowing that material and spiritual progress are essential to man, we must ceaselessly work for the equal attainment of both. Only then shall we be able to acquire that absolute inner calm so necessary to our well-being. It is only when a people strike an even balance between scientific progress and spiritual and moral advancement that it can be said to possess a wholly perfect and complete personality and not a lopsided one. The type of progress we have chalked out for Ethiopia is based on these fundamental principles. So that was His Majesty's answer. He said that, science basically, unless it has a moral compass, is probably going to be used for evil and destruction unto man. Whereas if it's guided by morality, and he said religion, then it would be used for good. And that way, science and religion should grow hand in hand. And, it's not a competition between the two. The religion and science don't, they're not against each other,
Opposing, they are not opposing forces.
Exactly, my lord. Yes, sir. Because, some scientists, when they start to look into science, they forget about God. They say God's not real because, the world was created by the Big Bang Theory and man is just an evolved monkey and all of this stuff. But, our scriptures and things tell us differently. And our moral compass to do good, as His Majesty said, to set our will to be obedient to good as opposed to evil. That's where the greatest wisdom lies, So we can use science as long as we're using it for good, to better our situation in life. Now, religion would be, I don't think His Majesty was necessarily saying that everybody needs to become a Christian or join a church or something like that, but more so to have morals and to praise God and to let God be our guide, as humanity and stuff like that. But I don't think he was really referring to, I think the definition, maybe it's semantics or what, but the definition that His Majesty is using to talk about religion might be a little different than what King Emmanuel was saying in his definition of what religion is, because King Emmanuel said that religion is evil, and Satanism and vanity and all of these things. But His Majesty said that we need to use religion to guide our doings so that we don't, harm ourselves with science and these things and civilization.
My Lord.
Yes, Honorable.
Yeah. But as you read, as you continue to read, if you notice down by the latter part of the speech, he used spirituality 2 or 3 times as the word. He's using the word religion and spirituality interchangeably.
Yes, my Lord.
And the reason now I am giving an opinionated and calculated sound here now. It's not written in stone, but if we look at the natural state of affairs, Ethiopia has one of the oldest Bibles, practices one of the oldest form of worship, whether you want to call it religion or whatever you want to call it. The form of Christianity that Ethiopia embraces interprets their practice different from the Western interpretation. Mm-hmm. So it is very, it's like comparing oranges and apples in a sense. What was done to us in the West, what religion was used for in the West and used against us in the West, is totally different to what has affected Ethiopia. While Ethiopia fought many religious wars, they were never conquered. They never lost their sense of being. They were not subjugated to foreign practices, foreign interpretation, even if it is our original concept. It has been reinterpreted and given to us. As our virgin would say, it has been whitewashed and forced down our throat. Okay? While His Majesty, his interpretation is of a humanistic, divine level. What we come to know around here and what we face among the most fanatic and what you call devotees within that Christian ideology. It's been very disillusioning then, you know, and I mean, it speaks for itself, you know. America prides itself as being one of the greatest Christian kingdoms of present day. If that is what Christianity is about, if Italy is the what you said, the incubator of Christianity, if Turkey is the vanguard of Christianity, what is that saying for Christianity from a Western point of view? You know, and it falls under that whole description of religion. You know, what is it saying for institutionalized modern Western religions or interpretation of religion? You know? So the ancient Rastaman, in rejecting religion, wasn't rejecting the African spirituality, the African concept of what is religion to the African, you know, because the African interpretation is different, as I said. And we are not rejecting that. What we are rejecting is what was used against us. And this whole fallacy of the white image being the only way that we, people of color, can enter into the kingdom of heaven. It's the only way that we can achieve salvation, you know. And no matter what, close your eyes and let someone say to you, Christianity, what image rises in your mind? What image? Because when Christianity is placed before any Western person, the image that, you know, automatically jumps up is the image that we have been faced with. You understand? That blonde hair, blue eye, devoid of color image. You know, so yeah.
Yeah, Honorable Empress Cindy, you have your hands raised. You can unmute yourself and speak. Empress Cindy. Maybe she didn't mean to put her hand up. I don't know. Empress Cindy, if you want to speak, you can unmute yourself.
Maybe she did and step away for a second.
The floor is open, you know.
Blessed Lord, my Lord.
Blessed love, Honorable Prophet Joseph.
Yes. Give thanks, my Lord, again for the reasoning, my Lord. And I agree with what the priest is saying in regards of the text from His Majesty. I see the real problem is like how religion is seen, right? Like, I mean, we see religion as the system that was imposed upon us. Sure. Because we only know the Western religion, which is really just a whitewashed version of our spiritual philosophy. So it is nothing that we can agree with the religion from the white man. Now, when our Trinity, Marcus Garvey, King Emmanuel, and Selassie talk about religion in this pure form of spirituality, I see it is like the words they use is not describing the white man religion. When they speak about religion, it speak about the pure intention of the spirit of man and woman, which is live in righteousness and loving one another, which is the message which is the propaganda that religions use, right? Like religious institutions use this propaganda to, well, I see they use the message of love and all these things to really control the minds of people, because it's not a full practice, you see. So I see religion has really developed certain aspects of, like, certain ideas, like the idea of heaven and hell and the Holy Ghost and all these things, which is so unreal, my lord, that it's nothing to be considered. I mean, it's not to be considered as the religion in the form that His Majesty speak about, because His Majesty is speaking about a realistic philosophy of living good with one another.
True.
And it is just a word, my lord. I see it is just a word. When our Father used the word to describe our philosophy, we know he's not talking about the religion out there. He's talking about our ancient philosophy. But the white man has took this word and has put it in the level that it is just an institution, my lord. And I see the way Marcus Garvey described religion is the same thing. It describes it as an institution. It doesn't describe it. I mean, the white man religion is an institution of oppression. It's not a school of spiritual, like, upliftment, like ours. Yeah, because really all religions come from the black man, my lord, come from Africa. It is just the same history they have interpreted in their own ways and based on their own interest. But naturally, my lord, we come to awake from this, because religion in this moment in history is just an illusion, my lord. Even I would say that before, religion and church, like the Vatican, it had a different power than it has today. Sure. Now the religion that the people live today is not like the religion that our fathers, or you, my lord, who is elder than us. So, because right now the religion that people live, it's a different thing, my lord. What they are devoted to, it's not going to Sunday to have their brain washed. They have their brain washed at home, watching TV and on social media. So that is the new religion that the world is blind with.
Yes.
So, yes, my lord, continue reasoning, but give thanks, my lord, for the opinion, my lord, and for the awakening, my lord, because we come to awake as our Father was awakening us at that time from that mindset of religion. We continue waking up to all these new religions, to all these new philosophies they keep building to keep us asleep, my lord. So give thanks, my lord and empress.
Give thanks, Prophet Joseph. Honorable Empress Cindy, your hand is up. You can unmute yourself.
Blessed love, my lord and empress.
Blessed love, Honorable.
I would like to add that I believe that the European aspect of religion was a tool to divide and conquer us, and they did a very good job at it. When they stepped foot on the continent, we already had our aspects of spiritualism and being one with, with the earth and with nature and all these things. And they infiltrated us first. The Arabs came, and a lot of I can't even think right. A lot of people were, tortured and had to submit to Islam. by the shield or the sword. You understand what I'm saying? And then here comes the Europeans now with their quote unquote version of religion, and, making it seem that, we had, us as Africans, like we were barbarians, we were uncivilized, and we know that that's not true at all. We know that we have many civilizations that flourished. You understand what I'm saying? Many. And I think that, it's just religion, even up to this day, they still have missionaries going into Africa, different countries in Africa and different countries in the Caribbean and what have you, and brainwashing us thinking that, Christianity is the way to go. And clearly it's not. And I wholeheartedly agree with Dada when he said that religion is Satanism, because it's true. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
Yes, Honorable, give thanks.
Yeah. I want to share something here from John Henry Clark. I don't know if ones and ones know who John Henry Clark is, but he is the originator of African studies in the world of academia. Okay, he was the one that pushed the concept that the Black man history must be taught and studied by Black people, and as a matter of fact, by everyone, for world history to be encompassing, to cover every truth, to expose the truth through history. The African history must also be taught. So he championed that cause and won that right. His statement here says, religion is the organization of spirituality into something that became the handmaiden of conquerors. Nearly all religions were brought to people and imposed on people by conquerors and used as the framework to control their minds. Okay, that was John Henry Clark's definition. And, another Black historian, Dr. Ben Buchanan, also a deep studier of African philosophy and history, also shares the similar statement about religion, being misused. So the interpretation of it being a moral compass, yes. Like science, like His Majesty said, with science, if science is used to better people, then it is positive. But if it is used for domination or control, then, we don't know, that's negative. Well, most, if not all things, have that duality, can be used for positive or negative, just like even the James version of the Bible that we reject. James version of the Bible, it has been, not only can be, but it has been used for both negative and positive, because I and I as Bobo, Shanti, our father, revived the acceptance of the message from it within I and I, because he was able to reinterpret it in a liberating way, we call it a liberation theology. He framed it in a more, liberating way, and not from the version of the conqueror, whose version was servant, be submissive to thy master, wait upon the Lord, for all your mercies and your freedoms, while the oppressor has his foot on your neck, crushing you, just have faith and wait upon the Lord. That is their interpretation that they want us, I and I, to hold. See, while the interpretation of I and I ancestors is that I and I have the right to rise up against all evil in high and low places. Give thanks.
Yes, my Lord. Yeah. And in the Bible, same Bible, James version still, but even in the Bible, they burn out really the concept of religion. We can read it in the New Testament. Jesus Christ was really, most of his work when it came to like the synagogues and the Pharisees and scribe, he was really just burning the religiousness out of them, the ones who like to be so sticking to the rules and, harassing people if they, like for instance, when Christ's disciples didn't wash their hands and the Pharisees asked him, why is it that your people don't wash their hands and follow the tradition of, the elders and things like that. And he said, really, those things are vain, because the same people who love to, point out when people break the traditions and little stuff like that, the commandments of men, the laws of men, are the same ones who don't really keep the 10 commandments, and you don't have a good heart, So all of that, sticking to the rules is just vanity. It doesn't really serve you if it's not making you a better person, to have more compassion towards your brother and love towards your neighbor and love towards yourself same way, and love toward your God and to obey his commandments, which is the 10 commandments same way. But anyway, Empress Cindy had her hands up. Empress, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, I give thanks, Jah Daniel. I had a question for Priest Dougie or anyone who wants to answer this. I've done a lot of research on African history. I'm in anthropology. I majored in anthropology, and I have my degree in that, as well as African studies. My question is, if His Imperial Majesty hails from the root of King David, and we know that in Ethiopia, there's various, religions. We have Christianity, we have Judaism, and we have Islam. Now, I had read an article some years ago about how His Imperial Majesty had ousted the Beta Israel people that were there. I don't know how true this is, but I had read that His Imperial Majesty wasn't really for, the Ethiopian Jews that were there, and a lot of them, as we all know, were taken out of Ethiopia and brought to Israel. Why do you think His Imperial Majesty gravitated more to Christianity as opposed to Judaism if he's the root of King David and King David was a Jew?
Well, let me attempt to address the Empress as best as I can. As much as I have studied and read and videos that I've watched of His Majesty, I have never come across anything wherein which he rejected Beta Israel. As a matter of fact, Beta Israel has endured a lot of oppression from tribal, conflicts, that when His Majesty came into power, those conflicts subsided. Those conflicts were quelled. And, I guess the war between Italy and Ethiopia as well was one of the uniting factors when the entire empire, as history has recorded, united for that period of time to defend the state. So I have not, come across that same concept that you're speaking to. What I know about His Majesty, he always preaches religious tolerance, and he allowed all faiths to practice, in harmony within the state borders. There is all kind of political reasons for actions that we might not be privy to, so I can't speak on those, but from a historically recorded information point of view, that is what I know. The taking out, the airlifting and the taking out of the Beta Israel out of Ethiopia, that's a whole different topic and subject and reason. There is a whole reason for that, and that can be tracked through history as well. There has been a search for certain artifacts, certain symbols of power throughout history that is presumed to be in Ethiopia, in Abyssinia. So there are many factors that feed into certain actions. So for myself, I don't know if Majesty being partial or impartial to any belief or to any tribe. Like I said, there are political reasons unknown to I and I that may be responsible for certain things that is not clear at the moment. Anyone else have any information?
No, I pray thee, Priest Dougie. I'm aware of why they were taken. I'm aware of why they were taken out, and I'm not, saying that His Majesty was against the Beta Israel, but this is something that I read. It could have just been the author, trying to talk negatively about His Imperial Majesty, but this is just something that I read. But I'm well aware of why they were taken out.
Okay.
I did a lot of research on that topic, and yeah. But give thanks for your insight on my query. Give thanks.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and again it's a very interesting question because it makes me go to the fact that the practice of Christianity in Ethiopia, even amongst the traditional Ethiopians, it encompasses the full spectrum of religion, because while respecting the existence of Christ, Ethiopians honor that and respect the existence of the office of Christ, as well as the concept of Sabbath and the Trinity and all of that. All of it is kind of entwined into Ethiopia's, religious practice and religious belief. It is not separated into, the Zionist interpretation of Judaism, as we have come to know in the Western Hemisphere era, and the Western Christian belief. They are separated because, like we know, the Western Christian worships on Sunday, and the Zionists still hold fast to the Saturday worship. So they have become two distinct forms of Christianity. But in Ethiopia, it is still one concept entwined in their liberty. That is the thing to that a lot of ones don't, factor into the analysis.
All right. When it comes to like spirituality, I think spirituality and religion really are kind of intertwined in a way, because, all right, spirituality, as the priest said in the beginning, is innate. It's not something you have to learn necessarily. Like, there's no rules, there's no set of rules to it. It's your own connection with the divine, the God inside of you, which is the same God inside of everyone else and everything else that's living, everything that has a spirit and life, But like, one person can have a spiritual experience and be more enlightened than everybody else around him or her. And so then when that person teaches other people what it was that they did to enlighten themselves, then when everybody else learns the way that this person used their, whatever they did to get themselves to a higher understanding or a higher level of spirituality, then everybody else who they taught starts to do it the way that they taught them to do it. Then you have rules now, because this person did it this way. So this is the exact same way we are going to do it, so that we can try to attain unto the same level as him or her. But when you get like that, it's like a fine line you have to walk of not being genuine to yourself and allowing yourself to express and like expressing yourself and being true to your own revelation and your own the God inside of you, because the God in you is going to manifest differently than the God in any other human, no matter who it may be. So I think when we get to be like where we're like, when you have a set of rules and it's like you can't even you can't be yourself, that's when I think it gets to be like a control mechanism where you're not free no more. Yeah. So I think when it comes to King Emmanuel, he, as far as what I've learned from listening to y'all talk, is that he was a person about freedom, So whatever the God in you is telling you to do, you do it. If it, you learn your lesson. If it doesn't work out, if it does, then that's great. Share it, but it's not like we do have rules, we have principles, we have laws and commandments. So it's not just everybody doing your own thing. We do it together in sync, we wear white on Saturdays and Friday nights, and we keep the Sabbath at a certain time. We have an order for ceremony and stuff like that, but everybody's still allowed to be themselves within it. And even within that is still a certain level of freedom that you have for yourself to express yourself. I don't know. Am I making sense? Does that sound right? Does it sound wrong? Does it sound like it's not true?
There's a saying that will endorse you, and I'll quickly say it. Religion is believing in someone else's experience. Spirituality is having your own experience. I think that's basically what they are saying.
Yes.
My Lord.
Honorable.
Blessed love, one and all. Give thanks to the reasoning, Give thanks to the passing and prayer going through. All strength and power, my Lord and Empress. Yes, religion and spirituality. Yeah. Oh, I learned. I didn't know anything about no religion and no spirituality when I was out there before I came to the foundation. And hear the teaching, little not much about the religion, what did I say about the religion, And the man say religion is vain, right? Because the Christian world, it doesn't teach people, it doesn't teach you, the teaching I got, it doesn't teach you, say that, you're the representative of God. It doesn't teach you, say, God lives in you, in your heart of all heart. They teach you to look out of yourself for God, right? Adam Abaleko saying, look up. God is drawing near. You see, that doesn't teach you, say, nothing about God. See, them say you have to go dead to see God and all of that. And our Father taught us, say, you cannot dead to see God. See it. You have to live, right? To see God. And you are God and Goddess. You see, now the history within religion and all of that, I really do have to be listening to the ones them who do the research, right? And study. I doesn't do research and I doesn't really study like that. So I have to listen and gain the knowledge from those who study and impart what they learn to I, so I can grasp much more about, religion. Yeah. I understand that Emmanuel said religion is vain, all right? But Selassie uplift religion, so there's two different things right there. But each one of them, even though the Trinity, they are one and one indeed, but to me, there are different opinions when it comes on. Well, if I'm wrong saying this, then I'm stand to correct it and want ones who understand what am I saying here to give me more, clearance on this, right? Because that I say religion is vain. And what I hear that last year I said, religion, uplift religion. So I need more clearance in that. And give thanks for everything, as I said, I'm learning more, you're never too old to learn. So I'm learning more about religion and why it come about and who bring it and how we were taught, because we get the white man philosophy. We get the teaching of the white man. They don't teach us of our own religion more than what, we come up and learn about it. So we mostly, the Western world have the most of the white man religion, where them look up and the blue eye man as God, yeah, and try to teach we out of ourselves, So we give thanks to the teaching of Emmanuel, who come and teach us back into ourselves about I and the God, the black God. So, yes, he teaches us our God is black and him live inside of us, right? Yes, and teach you for good things, teach you about love, with 10 commandments, with Sabbath lesson and all of that, we mustn't tell lie and we mustn't steal and we mustn't commit adultery. So all of the good teaching there, we give thanks to the teaching of King Emmanuel who come back into this time, and to teach his children what they take from us, how they beat it out of us when they take us from home and bring us here in the Western world, right? And instill their teaching in I and I. So, as I said, that is what as I go along into this program here, I will learn, and I'm learning so far from Honorable Priest Dougie and Sister Cindy, who have done their research and thing, and Judge Joseph, and all of the item, Judge Daniel, and all of the item putting together. I give thanks, my Lord, for this group. Glorify, our strength and power, my Lord. Blessed love, Honorable.
Yes, I give thanks and praise.
And give thanks, Mama Maisie, for your humility, because it takes humility to really say what you have just said as clearly as you said it. There can be no misunderstanding to what you have just said, and as an elder to an elder, I totally respect and honor the statement. As we each one teach one. Yeah, man, we each one teach one, because I myself have learned so much from the I and others on this side. Even if we just learn how each other thinks so we can communicate better with each other, that is something to learn and something that benefits us. So, all levels of learning and teaching that is happening in this discourse here is positive and strengthening. So give thanks, I.
Yes, my Lord. Yeah, I think, spirituality leads to salvation, Religion is an attempt to help someone to find salvation, but it's only the real spiritual connection that can really help you to really reach it. You know what I mean? Like get you there. Because you can go through the motions with a lot of things. And if it doesn't really help to make your heart better, then it's just vanity. It's just like to look away or to be seen at church or to be seen doing this or seen doing that. But if it's really not helping your internal growth, spiritual growth, then it wouldn't really serve you. You know what I mean? And that's why I think when Dada said religion is vain, that's exactly what he means, is that some of the things I feel, some of the things that we do as Bobo Shanti could be seen as religious, you know, because we have a lot of ritual and stuff like that. But the rituals are really, if you do it with the right heart and the right mind, those rituals are there to help you build yourself, to see God in yourself, and to see God in your brother and in your sister, which would, you know, lead to a better minister into life better. Like how Priest Dougie just said, we can learn, at least we can even learn how each other thinks, so we can learn how to relate to one another. That's a spiritual connection, and that's a, you know, that helps us to have a better society when we can, you know, connect with each other in that way. And that's real, you know. It's not just a little like something to show, to be like, you know, it's not like, for instance, you could wear really fancy robes for attention and to look a certain way, but if you wear those clothes, but you still repeatedly mistreat people, then the robe is just like a disguise for really a dirty heart, you know? Yeah. Prophet Joseph, you have your hand up, my Lord. You can unmute yourself and speak.
My Lord.
Yes,
Yes, my Lord and Empress, give thanks, Empress Majesty, for the word, and as Priest Dougie said, for the humility same way of. Yes, because it represents, that is the true example, right? That Rastafari comes to really manifest the spirit of God eternally. Because religion, as the item were saying, it teaches ones to believe in something that is, instead of manifesting something, to teach you out of yourself. And it is really injustice what them do, because it is injustice that they teach the people that them have to die to see God. I mean, that's, to me, I see that as the most unfair thing in the world, to tell them people that they have to die, my lord, to see God. So you teach them to really, I don't know, people, how people will love humanity with that kind of mindset, my lord. And like Christianity tell you that there is a heaven and that there is a hell. So you just worry about doing, I don't know what them do, but I mean, how them think, my lord, about seeing the humanity, my lord, and seeing the people around them and thinking that when they die, they will go to hell, instead of teaching them a way to love each other, to create their own Zion. So I see Christianity is the worst injustice and the worst hypocrisy upon the earth, my lord, because it creates that duality where people detach themselves from them brothers, from themselves, my lord, because they see God out of themselves. I had here a poem written by Marcus Garvey, published in the Black Man magazine in 1935, and it talks about that hypocrisy that exists in Christianity. It's called the White Sinful Church. I'm gonna read it. Marcus I Selassie Jah Rastafari. The Church of God on earth today is a scandal of the King. It teaches men to sing and pray for golden well to bring. It sanctifies the cause of war and winks at evil deeds. It sends its saints and men afar to preach the victor's creed. The black and weaker seeds of men are robbed and killed galore. The church looks over commandments 10 as tyrants kill some more. The land that God gave men to dwell are taken by a sword. As preachers go, their creeds to sell to those who heed their word. Almighty looked down on earth. Almighty God looked down on earth to see the church in sin. And so we hope for cleansing birth to let the master in. And when the gentle Jesus leads, the priests and pastors too shall see the growth of harvest seeds that blend with every hue. Marcus I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord. So yes, my Lord, I see there is an hypocrisy that really religions teaches the world, my Lord. And that institution of religion around the world has always been said to give power to the elite, to the ones with wealth. Religions have always used, and it is, I mean, they of course they could associate our ceremonial order with any other sort of religious ceremonial order, because really what Emmanuel Melchizedek order is the origin of all ceremonial order. So the thing is that they have used the ceremonial order to preach this lie that God is in heaven and it's outside of man and woman. So they have used the ceremonial order to wash the people's minds, and that is why they might associate it with it. But it's because, I mean, it's the origin, my Lord. Melchizedek order is the origin of all philosophies, spiritual philosophies. I see it like that, my Lord. So give thanks, my Lord, for the reasoning going true.
Give thanks, Honorable. In religion, there's usually a hierarchy that disconnects the people from God, you know? Yeah, where they don't have a direct connection. In spirituality, everybody has a direct connection. You don't have to go through anybody, you know, even in our Congress, you know, while the prophet is a priest in training, etc., you know, really, Josh said that the prophet and the priest is the same man, you know? It's only that the priest knows the ceremonial order. So the priest isn't any higher. There's equality in the sight of God. We're all God's children, the man, the woman, and the child. It's all one, you know, on the same level. And we all have a direct connection. We can all pray for ourselves. We can pray for each other. We can meditate. We can hear God speak to us. We can see the signs that he shows us, etc. You know, so there's not no detachment. It's just, you know, a direct link spiritually with your God is in you. You don't have to go through no one else. But I wanted to share a short passage from James, James 1, James chapter 1, verse, I'll start with verse 21. It's just a few verses, but it speaks to the concept of religion in a real thorough and smooth way, where it makes it pretty simple to understand what I think the difference in what the two definitions that we're looking at as far as what religion really is. Chapter 1, verse 21 says, "Wherefore, lay apart all filthiness and superfluity of naughtiness, superfluity means excess, a great excess of something. So a superfluity of naughtiness, and receive meekness and engrafted word, the engrafted word, which is able to save your souls, right? Engrafted words meaning it's inside of you and is able to save your soul. But be ye doers of the word and not hearers only, deceiving yourself. For if any be a hearer of the word and not a doer, he is like unto a man beholding his natural face in a glass. For he beholdeth himself and goeth his way, and straightway forgetteth what manner of man he was. But whoso looketh into the perfect law of liberty and continueth therein, he being not a forgetful hearer, but a doer of the work, this man shall be blessed in his deed. If any man among you seem to be religious, but bridleth not his tongue, but deceiveth his own heart, this man's religion is vain. Pure religion and undefiled before God and the Father is this, to visit the fatherless and widows in their affliction and to keep himself unspotted from the world. Yeah, so it's like even in the same interview, when the man was asking him like what they believe, he said, I can't remember the exact question, but he said something you believe, is that what you believe in? And Dada was like, well, it's not really believing, it's just doing. You know, the difference between your religion and our liberty is that we just do. We hear the word, we're doers of the word also. So we don't just believe in it, we do it. And the practical definition that he gave here in the scripture about what religion is to visit the widows and the orphans, the fatherless. It's just to do good, help those who need help. Mm-hmm. And that's what Dada did, He was the provider for the poor and have-nots, in his country, but around, all of us still people from all over the place who could move to the camp and everything, but his word still feeds us even to this day. And if we do what he say, then we would save ourselves and we would help the others around us to save themselves as well.
Yes, my Lord. The African society originally is a communitarian society based on communal living. Our whole sense of understanding is based on communal living. Now, how we view ethics and morals, it is part of that structure. It is not separate. So much so that researchers in their research have come to an understanding that there is no matter what language you research in Africa, there is no words that expresses ethics or morals. There is no equivalent to those two words. They say that when expressing the concept of morals or ethics, an African would say, instead of saying Priest Dougie has no morals, they would say Priest Dougie has no character. It is based on the humanness of the person. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, our whole understanding of our whole principle of interaction, our social interaction, is based on that. Them say, unlike the Western interpretation, where everything is applied to this supernatural entity, the African outlook is based on his principles, his morals then, his ethics is based on whatever he does, how it affects his neighbor, how it affects his brother. Because his pursuit at all time is to be in good stead with his neighbor and his brother. That was just a natural way of us being. It's not even about us thinking. We didn't even have to think that. It was just a natural way of I and I being. That means to be divine was innate to I and I. It was a natural thing. It wasn't something we did. We had to sit down and discuss. How do we pursue being divine and what divine means and to conceptualize divine? It was just a natural sense of being for I and I, the African. Now, a lot of what was natural to us has been taken and shaped and reshaped and is used to form disciplines out there today, philosophies out there today, you know, parts of theologies and all of that. See, things that were just a natural way of life to us, a natural way of being. You understand? And that is where a lot of the confusion is coming from, you know, and that is where a lot of our natural rejection is coming from, because now we are bringing forward natural traditions or natural way of being to and teaching it to as something outside of us, as the brethren say, something separate from who we are. You know, God is a separate entity. Divine is something to be pursued and achieved as a separate part of a human construct, you know. So this is where the concept of spirituality and religion, this is where it separates. Because in essence, as Daniel and others have said in their own way, it is intermingled. It starts off as one thread, but then it separates down the line when people start to want to interpret your spirituality for you. If spirituality is personal and only the voice within can interpret it for the individual, then when somebody attempts to interpret your spirituality for you, that is where the problem lies. Because your destiny, your consciousness is personal. It's individual. You understand? Now, this concept of having this, what I'm calling Unitarian belief of religion, that God only reveals himself to one individual, and that one individual now comes and is this supernatural person that comes to relieve us of all our sins and all our burdens. That is not the African way again. That is not his Majesty's way. That is not Dada's way. That is not Marcus Garvey's way, or any conscious person. That is not, even if you study other ethnicities, indigenous people's concept, it doesn't fall under their purview, you know, understanding of their divine. So right away, we can see that these reinterpretations and interpretations are for a purpose. Now, in some cases, in the modern world, where we find now that people have lost themselves, have lost their humanity, you know, like the prophet said, there are people that need to be led with a bit and a bridle, like an horse, you know, with a blind upon it. You know, yes, we have come to experience those circumstances as humans have moved away from their divine selves. But that is why Marcus Garvey and Prince Emmanuel, King Emmanuel, the Black Christ came. Not to be idolized, but to point us back to our divine selves, to teach us how to be divine again, to rise back that Christ consciousness within us, that we can start to look within for what we seek. Because when we start to do that, you know, and identify that we have so much within, then that consciousness is going to awaken within us the understanding that our brother has it too, you know, our sister has it too, you know. And the more we acknowledge that, we realize that we are all divine beings, and that now bonds us together. Like them say, blood thicker than water. So it now bonds us together as one Father's children. See, that is what we have lost, is that level of understanding and looking at each other that we have lost as a people, where we are now looking at each other from a religious point of view. My religion better than yours, mine more perfect, mine does this, mine that, all of these different competitive things that are not of I and I. You know, see it, especially I and I, the African people, and even more so, indigenous people. Indigenous people have always been connected to nature, which is another name of God, you know, in the female sense. So, yeah.
Yes, my Lord. When the concept we have of I and I, you know, and even how we call when we hail, we say, Holy Emmanuel, I, even Emmanuel means God with us. And the I is, I and I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, because his name wasn't actually Rastafari, it was Rastafari. But we say Rastafari because we identify the God in ourselves. And it's not separate. It's not like we look at any one of our Trinity as any higher than us. They're just a man, just like us. And they show us our potential to be divine same way if we just establish discipline within ourselves and have principle and do good for not just ourselves, but for others, Yeah, because what is, I think it's Marcus Garvey said, the ends that you serve, something like when you serve just yourself, it only goes as far as you, but the ends you serve to humanity will last for eternity.
Sure.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact quote, but that was the essence of it, is that when you do good for others, then your name, not just your name, but your legacy will last longer than if you just only serve yourself with your life and your energy and your strength. And also, what's something that Priest Dougie was saying when you said if we all wake up and see that Christ consciousness in ourselves, imagine you see, as we grow, we can see strength in ourselves, and we can see how when we get stronger and when we get more disciplined and more principled, we get more powerful. So just imagine all of us, a collective Christ consciousness risen, then nothing can stop that, Yeah. When you say through one man, voice and power is not just anyone separate from us, it's us being one, Our voice, the voice of the people is the voice of God, So when we all agitating for the same thing and we all living good, then we have a lot more power. Even praying and fasting and Lent, as Priest Dougie reminded us, it should be towards one goal. We should be praying for one thing, so that our energy, our spiritual energy, our consciousness is directed towards one goal, one aim, one God, one aim, one destiny. Yes, our spirituality is not an individual, even though it's unique and we are individuals to express ourselves. We are a communal people, and our spirituality is practiced communally as well as individually. So our tabernacle service, that's a collective spirituality. But when you, even as King Emmanuel said, for the Sabbath, you could just go in your room or in a small space and read your scriptures, and that's just as holy. And you have to do that from time to time as well. So there's, levels to it, but all of it is important still. And to look to my son. I think Christ really came to show us our own potential, and not so much to be worshipped and revered, but for us to see it in ourselves and love ourselves the way we love him and the way he loved us. The example that he set of what real love is, if we can have that for ourselves and have that for our neighbor, if all of us can do that, that's Zion right there. Because nobody's going to be hungry, nobody's going to be sick and not taken care of, nobody's child is going to go unwatched, and nobody's child is going to be molested, nobody's going to be beaten, nobody's going to be mistreated, because there's that love, that Christ love, and it's that simple. If we do that, then salvation. And that's not religious, that don't have no rules to it. Floor is open still. I don't want to talk too much. I feel like I kind of am, but I would love for ones and ones who haven't said anything to chime in. If anyone has questions, comments, anything they want to read or share, the floor is open, my Lord and Empress. John Po, you can speak, my Lord.
Give thanks, my Lord. Give thanks for life, health, and strength. Give thanks, for word, sound, and power. Give thanks for the first key, which is love. For God is love, let us all love. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Jah,
Rastafari.
We give thanks, my Lord, for the opportunity to share, our meditations and our way forward the way we conceptualize everything in life, you know. Taking great pleasure, you know, to read something from three of our fathers, you know. First, our father, Emperor Selassie, you know, first ancient king of creation. Spirituality is not theology or ideology. It is simply a way of life, pure and original, as was given by the Most High of creation. Spirituality is a network linking us to the Most High, the universe, and each other. For the Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. From the spectacles of our father, great prophet Marcus Mosiah Garvey, on religion. Religion is one's opinion and belief in some ethical truth. To be a Christian is to have a religion of Christ. And so too, to be a believer of Muhammad is to be a Mohammedan. But there are so many religions that every man seems to be a religion unto himself. No two persons think alike. Even if they outwardly profess the same faith, so we have as many religions in Christianity as we have believers. Holy Marcus,
Rastafari.
Right. Give thanks, my Lord, before I reach unto the high priest, you know, distinguishing between the elders, you know, or let me say the spectacles of both our fathers, you know, the way they saw things. Spirituality, to me, as from what I'm picking, you know, when the father says not theology or ideology, it comes to the realms of the first man. Like I always like to emphasize that, you know, when I like to put people in that position, you know, let us see ourselves as the first man and the first woman. The first man, the first black man, you know, the first man, you know, he had a way of living, you know, and so too the first black woman, our woman, had a certain way of living, you know. What came after from their conception of bringing forth a man child, you know, it was the extension, you know. And if we look at life in general, my Lord, you know, you find that when it comes to spirituality, you know, as the father say, a simple way of life, it means to say that we live knowing what we desire. We live knowing what we have to do. We live knowing, you know, the way of right, you know. But now when you look at religion, you know, through the eyes of our great prophet, religion is to be tribal, you know, because now you are coming to the concept of when man said to be a Christian is to have a faith of Christ, and so to believe in Muhammad is to be a Mohammedan. It's language, you know, which is something which is happening here in Africa. You know, for me, I see that for the past, I can only use this figure because it seems to make sense to I. For the past 2,000 years to 6,000 years, you know, we have not spoken the same language. You know, you find that there's Zulu, there's Sotho, there's everything. Yes, we have our common denominator, you know, yet there is a difference that breaks the element of truth, you know, because of the way we perceive things, you know, the perception of each and every state that is in this land, you know. What doesn't bring us to our original one concept, one interpretation, oneness. It is this level of power, being power mongers, you know. Someone have more authority than the one who is in authority, you know, which is why our father when it comes to the concept of Judaism and Christianity, you know, he did not disassociate from any of them, or even the Mohammedan, you know, meaning the Islamic, you know, belief system, or the Krishna. Henceforth, the father had to go to every state and nation, or let me put it in this way, my lord. The father was given a right, you know, to go through the passages of time, because they have the European, they have the etymology, you know, of which we gave them, you know, to be honest, you know, because once they came into civilization, it was us who gave them a way forward, you know, how to speak, how to eat, breastfeed, and all these things. Now, through the mutation, they started to have a desire of having their own. Now, when we go into the words of, or let me say, an opinion that comes from an author from Deliver Us from Evil, is on page, pardon me for a moment. Yeah, it's based on, he said, pure religion and undefiled before Jah and Father is to visit the fatherless and widows in their affliction and to keep himself unspotted from the world. The distinction between the aspiring Jew and the simple unlearned Jew of the ancient empire may be understood even today in the distinction between the ordinary black man who declares the truth of Rastafari and the middle class aspiring black man, many of whom no profess to embrace the truth of Rastafari, you know. And there's a part where he says that the white man came to the identification that yes, this crime, it is good. Hence, they took away all the Zeus, the things, you know, bringing them to a oneness to ourselves, you know. Now they started to break us down when they start to realize that we here in Africa, within that present time, of which goes into the times of King David and so forth, there was still a tribalness, a religiousness that we had, you know. Now in this present time, we find that it's not the same, you know, because it is because of the first son, the one who comes and gives us the ancient order, the ancient principality, showing us the truth, not propagandizing or, you know, trying to manipulate, you know, anything, but just putting it as it is, you know. So in a sense, my Lord, you know, we give thanks, you know, that we as Africans now, within this present time, are given the gift of education, because education is the key, you know, to break down all walls of oppression in this last judgment, you know. So I give thanks, my Lord, to share a bit of my 2 cents on the scope, you know, the scope of religion and spirituality, you know. So that's, yeah.
What's the temperature? 50?
My Lord.
Sorry. Floor is open. Religion and spirituality, what's the difference? You know, to be spiritual kinsmen, sometimes religion can get in the way of that, you know, because, all right, certain people, if you call God a different name than them, they're not interested in anything you got to say when it comes to, you know, spirituality or godliness or anything like that. You know, they want everybody to be the same under their idea of what God is, or what, you know, the proper form of religious practice. So if you're not under that, yeah, they're not interested. So they will cut themselves off from being your brother. Whereas someone who's free can learn from anyone of any faith, of any tradition, because there's truth in all of it, you know. All of it is really aimed and geared towards helping us to be better people and to understand our connection with each other more. Yeah, so it's best to be, you know, well, I would say it's best because even if you look at Rastafari and the makeup of Rastafari, it has different inputs from different traditions. It's not just the Bible, really. I mean, the Bible is very important, but like, say, certain influence came from like Indian people, and some of it came from some of the various like how I think it was last week we learned about the different influences when it came to the drums and stuff that made the Nyabingi order. It was, you know, it wasn't just like from one place. It was from different spiritual backgrounds that all of these things came together and form something which, you know, we wouldn't say is a new thing. Being called Rastafari is new, and the way it all manifested together is something that didn't exist as a full package before, but it was, you know, the people who like formulated the Rastafari movement. They came with things from different areas, like the dreadlocks is from one tradition, the drumming is from a different tradition, the Bible has its, you know, its parts of it, and there's other things as well, you know, that influence Rastafari to be what it is. So it's built up of a few different spiritual traditions, but it became one. So that, you know, and just to emphasize the need to be, you know, free to reason with people and to understand things outside of what you follow or what you profess. Not to be open, but not you have to have principle, you know, but still be open to learn from others. And Marcus Garvey said, if as many people as there is Christians, that's how many different versions of Christianity there should be, because everybody should think for themselves and you know, have their own form of Christianity, which is specific to their experience and their revelation. Yes,
True, man.
Mm-hmm.
There's even something else, my Lord, I just wanted to put on the table, you know.
Mm-hmm.
When I think of, now let's go into this 21st century, you know, and let's go to even the ancient times, no matter how ancient it may be. Today, in Africa, the clearest, this is the honest truth, my Lord, you know. They are the ruling religion, you know, in populace, if we can put it on a scale, is Christianity, right? Then comes the Islam, then comes, you know, our ancestral practices. Yeah? Now, if you go into the Christian community in the African scope, yeah, you find that they are still caught on fantasy, you know. There's this whitewash, you know, that the education comes from a white man or a white woman, which is totally wrong, because now science has proven, you know, that we are the first people of creation, you know. Now, what I'm putting, my Lord, is that when you ask any Christian, you know, I think it happens even there in America, you know, in the West, you ask them, you know, did Christ have a family? You know, was he a real man? You know, and most of them would say yes, right? Now, when you ask our people, you know, who is this king? Where is he? You know, where's the bloodline right to? Then they get into a whole lot of mysticism because of one thing: religiousness, tribalism. You know, they try to coin something, but then they dilute it. Hence the truth. It is said that, I think it is in a specific interview where I'm going to quote these words from Peter Torch on the Red X tapes. There was a professor who said that, you know, when it comes to the truth, you find that some people would try and pull the truth to them, because of insecurities of being known, in a sense. I think that's what I would look at. But you find that the truth doesn't go to anyone, it stands tall alone, What I'm clarifying, my honorable Lord and Empresses, is that a lot of things, that people are in right now are things of which people don't have a clarity to, because they are kept within dogma, dictatorship. Okay, let me not say dictatorship, because they said Robert Mugabe was a dictator, and he's my father and his principles stand forth. I would say that they instilled oppression, and used this transatlantic slave this transatlantic incident, to their advantage, so that they can divide the people more. Hence King Emmanuel said his only religion is freedom, redemption, international repatriation and reparations. Because that's the truth, that you can't go through oppression without being justified. There must be justice, So within religion, there's no rights for the people, But when it comes into the spirituality, a more freedom for them, because now they have access to the truth, and they can even extend, even though they don't embrace, because we are living an exemplary life. They'll be emanated to take this into a higher level of consciousness, to be awoken in this last time, my Lord. Yes, sir.
Yes, my Lord. Anybody else? The floor is open, don't be shy. All points are valid points. All experience is valid experience. Wherever you are, whatever you think, whatever questions you may have, feel free to ask. There's no dumb question. Sometimes there's dumb answers, but
and I look at religion from a historical point of view as well. When you look at the wars that have been fought in the world over beliefs, over religion, the amount of people that have suffered and died over religion, how can we quantify it as this benevolent principle or way of life? That by itself stands as an indictment of what religion is and is about. Because like you said, we dislike each other without even knowing each other because of what we profess. It's a form of religion has become a form of politics in that sense, because as we know, politics today, different parties, they oppose each other. They don't work together for the betterment of the people, of their constituents. They oppose each other and undermine even good initiatives just to make the other party look bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same principle we find religion has today. They undermine each other to make one and one look better than the other. When in reality, what has religion? Malcolm X asked this question, and I will pose it again. What has religion done for us as a people up to now, or for any human? Yes, if practiced in its essence, it makes you a better person individually. But what has it done to solve the problems that plague us as humans, as people, as different ethnicities? What has it done? Let us look at some of those practical, tangible outcomes. Faith, yes, and here the definition that religion gives you of faith. Something hoped for with evidence unseen. So if I going to work towards something and hope for something, but I'm not going to see the evidence of it, it doesn't have any practical use to I. But if my faith can prove itself, then it has a tangible outcome and a realistic, benefit to I. seeing, which is what your faith's supposed to do. It's supposed to give you strength, inner strength, you know, strength as a person to face whatever you face, you know, without fear. It gives you courage to face the unknown. That's what faith's supposed to do. See, and so let us look at things from, you know, a scientific, historical, and practical point of view, you know, because, you know, one thing we have come learn, you know, if the white man have a right to create all these different religions, then we too also have a right to create what works for us, to define what works for us, you know, to interpret what works for us from our perspective, you know, from the Ethiopian spectacle point of view. Bless.
Yes, my Lord. And you know, there's, oh, well, pardon. Empress Cindy had her hand up. Empress Cindy, you can speak, beloved.
Wait, your comment. I can wait.
Okay, well, I was just going to say there's an aspect of like spirituality and spiritual science, you know, like, all right, you have Vodun, Obia, Voodoo. In Africa, you have different forms of these things as well, where, you know, generally when people talk about African spirituality, some of these different practices are what comes to mind. Now, these things can be used for good. Like His Majesty said, if science isn't used for good, then it can be used to wipe us off the face of the earth. So when people use Obia to, say, persecute, hurt their neighbor, who they might be envious of or mad at or whatever the case may be, then that's using it for wicked, you know? But these things, I don't think were created for that purpose, to be hurting each other. But it's just spiritual science, understanding certain things about nature, really. I mean, because spirit is not separate from nature. It's not like a ghost kind of thing, where we kind of, I think, are through the indoctrination of the, you know, the European Christianity mindset, where they say the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost, which Holy Ghost is interchangeable with Holy Spirit. It makes you think that the spirit is some type of ghost, something unseen and unidentifiable, but just like, you know, it just works. And, you know, it's not real. It's not very realistic as far as what we understand. But I think our African forefathers and foremothers had a certain different understanding of spirit, and were able to use nature to connect with spirit and ancestors and things like that. And when these things are looked at generally by religious communities such as Christianity, Islam, they're looked at as evil practices and paganism, you know? But often you would find that our forefathers and foremothers had one God. So they weren't pagan, you know, because the definition of what, you know, I really don't even like to use the term pagan, because it comes from a European Christian kind of worldview, where everybody who's not Christian is a pagan, you know, like how they think that the people in ancient, what they call Egypt, what we call Kemet and Nubia, they think that those people worships a whole bunch of different gods and things like that, but there really was one almighty creator, you know, and they knew that the other deities were just principles and things like that. But the European mind thinks that they're pagan, that they worship the sun and worship, you know, all kind of animals and birds and all kind of stuff, but that's really not true. So we have to be careful when we look at our history, that we don't look at it through the spectacles of the invader European who saw a bunch of, you know, quote unquote savages living in the wild, as they would call it. We would say humans living in nature, in their natural essence. And if they're, you know, in the way that they've been living for ages, not harming themselves and not harming no one else, but they would call them savages because they didn't believe in, you know, a Jesus Christ. You know, so we have to be careful when we look at religion and spirituality. And when we look at African spirituality, we have to look at it with the right spectacles. Otherwise, we would have the same mentality toward ourselves as the European has towards us. All right, and I'll leave it there. Empress Cindy and then Prophet Joseph, y'all both have your hands up.
Wow, we must be really in sync because that's exactly what I wanted to touch upon, Ja Daniel. So I found an article by a professor by the name of Jacob Olupona. He's a professor of indigenous African religions at Harvard Divinity School, and he's a professor of African and African American study at Harvard. And so, yes, the topic today is about religion and spirituality and how we differentiate between the two. But one thing that I wanted to touch upon is how Africans on the continent look at religion and spirituality, and there's a whole different gaze between how we on the West look at it and how they look at it over there. So I'm gonna quote from this article. Dr. Olupona says, African spirituality simply acknowledges that beliefs and practices touch on and inform every facet of human life, and therefore African religion cannot be separated from the everyday or the mundane. The word religion is problematic for many Africans because it suggests that religion is separate from the other aspects of one's culture, society, or environment. But for many Africans, religion cannot be separated from all these. It is a way of life, and it can never be separated from the public sphere. Religion informs everything in traditional African society, including political art, marriage, health, diet, dress, economics, and death. That is to say that indigenous African spirituality represents a form of theocracy or religious totalitarianism. Not at all. African spirituality simply acknowledges that beliefs and practices touch on and inform every facet of human life. Okay, I said that already. African spirituality is truly holistic. For example, sickness in the indigenous African worldview is not only an imbalance of the body, but also an imbalance in one's social life, which can be linked to a breakdown in one's kinship and family relations, or even to one's relationship with one's ancestors. So what I just had to say was that the way Africans look at spirituality and religion is very different from how we gaze it over here in the West. And that's all I have to say. Give thanks.
Empress Cindy, that was great. That was very so on point. Give thanks for sharing.
You're welcome.
Rastafari.
My Lord.
Prophet Joseph, my Lord.
My Lord, give thanks and praise Cindy for the culture. Same way, powerful word, Mama.
Give thanks, Brother Joseph, my Lord.
Honorable. Yes, I just wanted to, as Daniel was mentioning, the history of, different African practices, from our ancestors in the continent, and that were even brought abroad by the human slave trade. Something that I see where religion was imposed to our African ancestors that were brought in slavery, and how it influenced their spirituality in the way that, the history I know is that in to a lot of these practices like Yoruba, how we know it here, like, or in the South, Candomblé, all that was for some time, like when Christianism was imposed on the Africans who were brought like slaves, they built this kind of, they call it like syncretism, where they would see, they would like identify their own deities or characters of their culture in different like Christian, more like Catholic I don't know, saints or characters that the church had, right? So they imposed their beliefs upon our ancestors, but somehow our ancestors were able to keep the tradition alive by somehow making it look like they accepted the tradition that was imposed on them. But there was a syncretism where they would know that when they are praying to this saint or this image or this picture or something, they were really trying to keep their tradition alive still. Or that's the history I've studied from those cultures. I see. Well, and something that I really wonder is like, even in this time, sometimes the education. I mean, that is why I believe the education that King Emmanuel brought us is very key, so that we can really achieve a level of understanding of what our God really means. Because sometimes when your mind is not clear, when you don't really study the teaching that our Father brought us in a deep sense, people sometimes, even me, I would say that when I was starting to see the other, when I was very young, I would like try to match the beliefs that I was raised with the teaching that I was seeing in Rastafari. But I realized it is completely different. I mean, there is nothing really that matches with the religion that they teach out there. I mean, our Father is really the defender of all human faith. But what religion has done is that it has manipulated human faith. So yeah, I just wanted to add that, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks.
Yeah, good statement. Very good statement. It's aligned with what Empress Cindy said. Empress Cindy is making a point that I made earlier, which is a key to understanding the different statements between the two. You know, the African outlook of religion, and spirituality is the same. What they see as religion is the innate spirituality, while the Western theologians have separated the two and made them two separate disciplines. They have made spirituality different and religion different. Religion, they have taken spirituality and institutionalized it. They have formatted it. Then let's use a word that's correct too. They have formatted religion into that sellable package that they are now exposing all and have exposed all over the world and force people to submit to, giving up our indigenous understanding of life. Because we saw life out of our culture, through our culture. We express our sense of understanding through our culture. By culture and creative arts are very important in human development. That's why His Majesty, encourages us to seek secular knowledge, because through secular knowledge, we get a clear view, a kaleidoscope view of, the human spectrum. And that way we are able to understand each other, cross cultures, not giving up your culture, but understanding your neighbor's culture. Don't offend him. That way you understand why he does things that you might see as peculiar. With understanding of it, it is no longer peculiar. It is just what it is. you know. But religion now, it accentuates that divisiveness, that separatism, you know, that have been infused into us, you know. It let us compete when it's against our interests to be competitors, which is what it has done for especially our race of people, for the African race, by giving us all these different denominations, you know. Okay, for example, what was done to Rwanda, that genocide that took place in Rwanda is an example right there. You know, they thought it's one nation of people, but they thought one tribe that they were godlike, and then taught the concept that the other tribe was cockroaches, was less than human, were insects, were you know, to be exterminated like how you exterminate insects. They placed that in the same nation's brain, separating that one nation into two. So much so that neighbors massacred neighbors. That's the level of what we say religion is. That's why Dada said religion is Satanism. It's used in that way, where neighbors grown up together, you know, because when I watched the Truth and Reconciliation sessions that took place, when I heard ones giving testimony saying that they grew up next door to their attacker, they're crying and they're expressing that they can't understand why, and because they are facing each other now, you know, in this hearing. The victim is saying, why would you do that to us? We grew up together, we used to play together, we went to school together, we all did all these, and just out the blue, one day you got up and pounced on us to destroy us like that. That's what religion is. That's what powerful religion is. When we are indoctrinated by conventional religions, we give our cry and become savage. But they say that change within us. They say they came to bring us civility and change us from our savage ways. But when we follow their principle of religion, that's what it invokes, savagery, to where we want to keep.
All right. I think Priest Dougie's connection dropped. Carlton, my lord, yeah. Oh, Priest Dougie.
My lord, I want to say something to you, Jordania, on what Priest Dougie is saying.
Okay. Jack Carlton had his hand up. Jack Carlton, you want Empress Maisie to go before you?
You might not let Empress Maisie go. I'm a little busy right now. I'm listening, still in all listen.
All right.
Yes, my lord. Blessed Lord. Yes, listening to the priest, you know, as him defining down the religion aspect there. It's true him talking, you know, because right now you have people who are Christian people say they don't want to be called Christian anymore, right? They want to be called woman of God. Yeah? Because when them look at how the Christian world set right now, the people who claim they are of Christian orientation, they are so wicked to their one another. Then, right now, Christian determines one of the wickedest people. You know, because people who say them I go to church every day, them do some wicked things to them. Them hold on their neighbor when them see it, like their neighbor is thriving or the children of their neighbor is doing good at school and all of that. They try to hold them down in whatever way they can, you know, and still saying the name of Jesus and still praising Jesus, you know, to strengthen what they are doing, the wickedness that they are doing to each other in the name of Jesus. So right now you can see why the Father said, religion is vain. Religion is Satanism, because of the people who claim, right, they are Christian people. and they are holy people, and they are righteous people, right? You know, and them are the wicked one right now. It's them you have to watch. Yeah, when you are your children and they're doing good, you have to watch them. You can't trust them anymore. So that's why some of the people, because you have good people, you have real, true people, who's not even Rasta, yet still love the God, right? And yet still they don't even know who is the God. See them looking for a spirit God, and they're looking for the God that will come down upon whatever chariot one judgment morning, see it. And they don't know so that the God is within them. And them is the representative of the Almighty. Yeah, because when you see one, you see him God, right? And the least you do unto one, you do it unto him God. So who is the God? Is I and I. But they don't think, they say, if you say you are God, them say you blaspheme. They say you blaspheme against the Holy One. Yeah? Yeah, man, you can't go telling it. Even if I say blessed love, my Lord. People say no come into my Lord. Man say no come into my Lord. You want, I am not no my Lord, I am not God. You see it? And they don't know themselves. They don't know themselves. Who is them? So that's why we come back again and give thanks greatly to the teaching of the Honorable King Emmanuel VII, who come back and teach we who we are. Yeah? So we are God and Goddess. You see?
Real.
And that's why we have to live. We have to live to show the world who we are and the liberty of God and Goddess, not what is happening here now. You see? So we have to look into ourselves. Yeah, man. The other day I was talking to a elder, right? I mean, I tell her, said the woman, everything that is good is the woman. And yes, she said, she don't want to class herself as no Christian. No Christian. My Lord, let us give thanks for today. I give thanks for the teaching today. Yeah. Glorify my Lord. Please don't give enough respect, Sister Cindy, Joseph, and Daniel, and Carlton, everyone. Enough respect, my Lord. Blessed love.
Yes, Empress, give thanks for your contribution. As always, it's been valuable, and give thanks to hear your voice, hear your thoughts on the subject matter. Prophet Carlton, my Lord, you still want to speak? See, your hand isn't up anymore. All right. Well, the floor is open then. Carlton, whenever you're ready, my Lord.
My Lord and Empress, give thanks for the word. Empress Macy.
My Lord.
I give thanks for your word, Mama, because I see Christianism is so wicked. I mean, I've seen a video where when Mussolini was invading Ethiopia, and them had, I don't know if it was the Pope at that time or the priest from Italy, from the Catholic Church at that time, and it was throwing water, according to them, to bless them bombs that they were going to throw in Ethiopia. So how they come and say that they live to God commandments when the commandments say thou shalt not kill, and they were blessing the invasion upon the motherland. It is just Satanism. I mean, only a spirit of Satan could do that. It's not a spirit of God. is the as the word from Marcus Garvey says, the white sinful church. So it's just a hypocrisy
My
that I
Lord.
see in Christianism.
Can I ask you a question, Dr. Joseph, and pose it to the rest of the group same way, just on what you just said, if you don't mind?
My Lord.
And I want to interrupt, but what you just said struck a. All right, so is that really Christianity though, or is it just Satanism?
No.
Right, because His Majesty would identify himself as a Christian for sure. But in the true sense of the word, and being a follower of Christ, but these people worship Satan, obviously, because Christ wouldn't bomb people,
No.
Innocent people,
Yes, it is. That's what happens, my lord, that them twisted the philosophy of Christ, and they named it like that, Christianity. But we know that's not coming from Christ at all. I mean, it is the same tradition of the Romans who crucified Christ. It is the same. It is the same spirit from that time, from the Greeks. So you see them people use the Bible, them use the name of Christ, them use the 10 Commandments, but it's just a whole manipulation. It's an illusion, my lord.
Yeah.
It's not a creation of God. It is not a, I mean, the true creation of God is his philosophy, his works, love one another.
My Lord.
But this philosophy doesn't come from God. It comes from Satan.
Many people who profess they are Christians, my Lord, they are not, because now it's a facade, it's all a facade. All of them, they just plagiarize, everything which is right. They want to make the truth, a pillar just to act as if they love, No, these people, they're not Christ children, let me put it that way, because Christianity in itself, the same word, it's not, it's for the European, my Lord. But when you go to the American, you go to the ancients, you find that no, this belief system is not Christianity,
Yes, my Lord.
That's the way it comes, education, my Lord, Once we know the truth, it becomes better. You can see these people when they walk by the streets, when they come from Sunday worship. As you said, the first principle that they always know is that you must love one another. But when you come and see it, they come out of church, you're walking on the street, on the black street, they don't greet you. You greet them, some would even look away,
Might even cuss you out.
It only shows, yeah, my Lord, it only shows that individual is religious.
Mm-hmm.
You see, a spiritual person, there's this proverb that one of my brothers that I used to rise with in Rastafari, he gave me a wealth of wisdom, He said to I that one time there was a man who was moving on a mountain, and there was a man who was moving cattle, and this man who was moving the cattle was astounded. You see a man on top of a mountain, and he started to look at him. And when he started to look at this man doesn't greet, doesn't talk, just keeps on moving. You know what they say that the farmer man did? The man started to curse upon that man, curse him, he started to curse him. And then after he started to realize, oh, pardon. Good day, how are you?
Mm-hmm.
What the essence of that story, it's just the glory, the essence of that glory is that you can't pass a man of God if you are God.
Rastafari.
No way.
Story of the Good Samaritan.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. My Lord, I was
spiritual kinsmen are different from religious people, you know. Spiritual kinsman, he is conscious. A conscious person is different from a learned person. A learned person, yes, is knowledgeable in what he has studied, you know, but he has not experienced it. He has not lived it. So he has no real practicality about it, you know, while a spiritual being lives it. It's innate. You know, so we are, that's why African people cannot be nothing else but spiritual beings. That's why I always, always advise I to not spend too much time on the religious aspect of our liberty, because we are spiritual people. It's innate. You know, let's spend more time on the things that we don't master yet. You know, like economics, you know, like brotherhood, you know, sisterhood, you know, like, you know, expressing the unconditional love, things that we have not mastered yet. Let's pay time on, you know, and attention to those things, and not so much, you know, the ritualistic practices which are innate in us. You know, we have that part, you know, I can rise our armies anywhere and put through a service in no time, have people clapping, feeling the spirit, seeing. But can we assist them in their reality needs? You know, their teenage child that is having an identity crisis because of the society in which, as an African child, them come up. So now they are taught that them have a gender choice. Things like that. Can we address situations like that? Are we equipped to deal with practical problems that face us in the 21st century? You know, that religion can't address for I and I. Give thanks.
Yes, my Lord.
My Lord, if I may say this, right?
You may.
I've seen where children born in the church, right, Bobo, grow up in the church until they reach certain age. They turn away, you know? They turn away from the church. And them is the one that do all kind of things. You couldn't believe that they grow up in that spirituality, as you know, within the church. And then instead of them continue on, they break away and them do the things them that the ones that were not grow up in the church. We never grow up in another church. Them not do that. When you look upon them, say, well, them should have hold more godliness and love, and you know, because them get it. No. So I always wonder, why is it? You know, but because of them don't get the right teaching and the things them see, right? And the things them see ones and ones do into themselves, them say, no, these people is not right. Right? These people is not right. So that's why them just break away. You know, see, and become who they come. And some of them become even the worst. Even the worst. Some of them turn out to be murderer, all kind of thing. You hear that, you think, no, but them grew up so good, and them grew up in a Christian home, and look how him become. It's the things them that him saw within the church, and the people them with the things that them practice amongst them. You know, see, so them seeing themselves say, a devil worship. You see, but it's not all of them still, you know. You have good ones. It's not all of them. My Lord, I just want to impart that.
Give thanks.
As I want to grow up in the church.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Devil worship, you know, is like really is just doing wrong and continuing to do wrong, even though you know better, I think. What would you say?
We have to be realistic too, you know, we have to be justified. You know, my grandmother, I can speak of, you know, my grandmother. She believed in what she believed in. See, she and I may have two different understanding, but she was true to her belief. You know, she believed in what she believed in. So there are people that
And that's
truly
why I said
believe
it's not
believe in
everyone.
it. Yeah, there's people that truly believe in them things. And those people
Yeah, and
will
that's
try
why
to
I
live
said,
it.
Priest Doug, that's why I said it's not everyone stay that way, because you have true believer in dear whatever they believe in the God they serve.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
And even though they doesn't really acknowledge and know the God, you go and see them when it's time of redemption, take them seat. And those who know who the God don't get the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, man, you have
You go and see them.
You have one that are, yeah, man, you have one that are true to them live. It's just that,
No,
you know,
of course.
what
I
they have
know
been
people,
taught.
yes. Yeah.
Just what they have been
Yeah.
taught, you know. But they believe in
Serve
it.
them God
So they
wholeheartedly, wholeheartedly. Yeah. Full of love and kindness and gentleness. Everything that the God desire, them have it. So you go and see them take them seat to go home back to their eventually home too. Yeah, for sure.
It's about the heart, mama. It's not that that's what we have to
Yes,
come
that
to.
is
It's about
it.
the heart, you know. You see
Yes.
this whole the vanity. Religion is vain, like the father said, all of those things are vain. The most important thing.
Vanity.
That's why the man
Vanity.
say, you know. That's why I'm saying love hang all laws and prophet commands.
And
If we are living that
yes.
true love, that
Yes.
unconditional love to one another, with one another, then all of them other rules are insignificant, you know. Those are bit and bridles that people need. People that can't control their divinity, their righteous self need to guide them. So them need to read it. Them need to reinforce themselves with the 10 commandments every day and certain things. But then the Father teach you of those that are naturally who they are. We are spiritual beings, and because we are spiritual beings, we get up every day with the aspiration to be righteous, to do right. Not saying we don't buck with two, you know. I mean, not saying that we won't buck our toe for a second, but we get up and aspire to do right and to be right. You know, so you know that is where the trueness comes in. You know, the sincerity of one believing in whatever they are professing. You see, if one truly believes in what they are professing and trying to live it, I myself as an individual have no problem with them, you know. Those are the people that are spiritual kinsmen, you know, where we can, because you see I as Rastafari and I spec I as Rastafari and I respect I principles and how I live. So in return, whatever you are and whatever you profess, as long as it doesn't go against the laws of God and nature, I respect you for being it because it makes you that better person that you seek to be. Now, I don't have a right now to tell you, say, you must come be like I.
No.
You understand?
No.
Because I salvation is I salvation. I am an individual and my spirituality is interpreted by the inner God in I. And the inner God in I tell I say, I am best as a Bobo priest. I am best as a Rastafari. See, I am best as an Afro-minded person that focuses totally on my being, my origin. See, that works. So now a next person might say, well, them love Islam. And as a professor of Islam, they try to be the best person they can be. Them love them neighbor and do all of those things. Who am I to tell them not to be that? See, that is where this whole religious thing comes in.
You know, my Lord, you emphasize on the art, right? The art. You know, see, it, you know, everything depends on the kind of art you have. That's why the Father says, sons and daughters, give me thine art, and I will give thee thy ever-living kingdom. You have some people, my Lord, them is not Rasta. Right? They're not, the Father say, you know, you choose away your dread because it make you different, yes, in a way. But you have some people that carry the true Rastafari art, you know, even though they not have the concept on them head, the dread on them, the hair on them head, you know, Bobo. But the liberty, the love, I get enough love from my sisters them who are not Rasta. The love they shared with me, yeah? I know they looked after me. I am sick, they call me every day to find out how I am. How you doing, mama? And all these, the interests that they showed in you, you know? Yes, that is love. Yeah, my lord, that is love, genuine love coming from the heart, even though they are not Rastafari. But the work of them is Rastafari.
I have a question. I have a question, if I may, to the whole group, because I noticed we're saying a lot about Christianity and other groups as far as their doctrine not being right and them being more religious. But could somebody have, like, say, call themselves Rastafari and do a lot of Rastafari things and look Rasta and sound Rasta, but still not be spiritual and be more religious than anything?
Brady, I would say Marcus Garvey, my lord. Marcus Garvey is a man that holded the Christian faith and hold the cross. But what would be a greater work in Rastafari than Marcus Garvey work?
Yeah.
And this was not a man that called himself a Rasta man or the emperor, or the emperor. Now, we do give thanks that is why the priests come with the ceremonial order, right? To fulfill that mission. Because Marcus Garvey, even in the UNIA aims and objectives, was to spread a Christian consciousness in Africa. And the only way I see this being fulfilled is by the philosophy of Christ being consciously spread in Africa through Rastafari. So we see the work of Rastafari are fulfilled by, by a man who give his heart. And we can see that this is why the emperor himself is the defender of all human faith. Because you could be Christian, you could be, but if your faith is with God, and you learn from wherever you can learn it, how to love your brother and your sister, you are a faithful man of God or a faithful woman of God. So I see that to see it differently, my lord, to see it in the dogmatic way that only Rastafari alone can do this, would be to be religious within Rastafari. To not learn how to, to work together as a black race. That is why Marcus Garvey said race is first, because that's what holds us together. So if we don't see like that, and we see our brother and our sister who is from a different church as if we were better than them, or as if we were in a fight,
yes,
we will not be doing any better than any religion.
Any better. True, Jadro. True, my lord. See, because I remember when Selassie came here in 1966, I was a little girl. And so enough of the rest of them in our district sell out them things, sell their house and whatever, said they're going back home to Ethiopia with His Majesty. But when they saw the king, because enough of them was saying that the king a big a Rasta man and he have enough locks and ting. But what I listened from them, when they saw the king and see that the king wasn't a Rasta man, never have the bag of locks on him head as they were looking for, Enough of them turn away. Like they were disappointed, as I can remember. And Jadog is saying talked enough elders thing, and I don't know if none of the elders then that he spoke to in part this, but I heard that, you know, they were disappointed to see the king, you know, not a dreadlocks, but a statical man. You see it, and they lost, not for them lost, baby. Some of them went on trim, you know, and so on, my lord. So I don't know, you know, if one could shed they heard it or could shed any light on such a fulfillment, because it's heard, I heard it still. I never really see it for myself. I was just small. Give thanks.
Yeah, mama. I mean, all kinds of things happening. Just like when Dada passed, you know, one's got disillusioned. You know, one's, you see, when you base your faith on religion, that tends to happen. You know, when you're spiritually grounded, then there is no misconcept of what to expect. You know, see, so the Rasta man them that did rise up and understand that Rastafari, the expression of Rastafari, is a revival of an ancient levity that even predates I Majesty. Their faith would not have been shaken, because I and I tradition predates even in the era of His Majesty. You know, His Majesty manifests Himself in I and I dispensation and fulfill His works. But I and I levity predate that dispensation. It is coming from, you know, the Melchizedek era. See? So if ones who professing their faith or professing their tradition or their levity understood and practiced their levity as history defines it, then their faith wouldn't have gotten shaken. And to answer your question, yes, I've heard the story. I've heard that ones got disillusioned. You know, I have heard even among us as Bobo, that Bobo, you had certain set of Bobo that got disillusioned, and they became what you call Garvey professors, because to them His Majesty was not dark enough, not dreadlocks, short, all of the different things. While Garvey was this Jesse Black one, you know, and was a man that was larger than life in his perception, you know, or in people's perception, because of how vocal he was, how strong and passionate he was in defending I cause, you know. But you had ones that got disillusioned because His Majesty seemed to them to not mesh up to their expectation. See, you know, that's why the man say, you know, it's about the levity. You know, the man so high you can't get over him. Him so low you can't get under him. Him so wide you can't get around. And that defines the Trinity. You know, tall, short, and stocky. You know, they come in all shapes and sizes of ones. It is the heart again that manifolds, you know, the live. So looking for the bag of locks with His Majesty and not understanding prophecy, you know, ones will get disillusioned. You know, see, spirituality is where our connection lie. Seeing, understanding who we are. When I and I understand who we are, then religion becomes second nature. It becomes what we do, you know, and not who we are, because we are spiritual beings. You know, religion becomes what we do, the rituals that we practice, you know, and the traditions that we uphold. You see, but we cannot, we should not use it to define our humanness and our divinity, because those two innate aspects of who we are, you know, standalone qualities. Thanks.
Yep, the floor is open. I think Brother Joseph, you had answered my question, right?
My lad, yes, that's what I was trying to do. Yes, my lad.
Yeah.
I see Marcus Garvey as that man. Well, I'm that spirit, because Marcus Garvey lives still in the spirit of the black man, you see, who rise for right, freedom, and justice. So it can be, I see that it can be a Rasta or a Pan-Africanist man. My Lord, I mean, that is why Selassie himself teaches that way, my Lord, to build ourselves through Bible and also through a secular knowledge, so that we can widen our views and our mind towards the great mission, my Lord, which is the fulfillment of our freedom. So I see that there is a lot of views out there, my Lord, that have built I, and it not only come from Rasta. I mean, Rasta itself is the nation that is built within these principles. But there is a lot of things there that we need to learn to see with understanding, so we not become these religious people who expect everything. I mean, that is something that I see happens because of that confusion, my Lord, that's spreading out. I mean, it's spread out already. I give thanks because through this forum, even coming from a far distance, I've learned to see and build myself within because there is a lot of religion, my Lord. I feel like it's already infiltrated the views of some people who hold Rastafari, that see it within this dogmatic view, my Lord. And that is something that is an obstacle, my Lord, because of the real education has not been, the fundamental thing. More so the religious part, the ceremonial part of the thing is what attracts the people more than the real philosophy. Because that is what they come from. That's the comfort zone that everybody comes from out in the world. So that is what they identify themselves with, even in Rastafari.
Yes,
so there is a lot of de-education. We need to forget, we need to cut and clear with things that we've been raised with, so that when we come to this era, that is why I was saying that before, when I was younger, I feel myself that I held Rastafari with a religious view, my Lord. And then there was a moment when I really awoke and I saw that I was seeing it that way. But yes, my Lord, give thanks because, this time of Lent with the reasoning is very powerful, my Lord. Very powerful.
Give thanks, my Lord. I would, another question. What are some of the dangers of, I mean, some of them have already been outlined, but we could even focus on it a little bit more, of being a Rastafari, but having a religious outlook. Like when we say religious, like the way we've defined religion there thus far in this conversation. If you call yourself a Rastafari, but you view the world and things through religious spectacles, whereas say you may think that your way is the only way or something like that, those type of things, what's some of the other dangers associated with that? Like I would say the essence of Rastafari can get lost through generations, because like Priest Dougie and Empress Maisie, they met King Emmanuel. They knew him to be a real man who ate food and took showers and, did everything that we do. But as time passes, when, the further we get away from that generation, the more easily it is to become more of a fantasy kind of thing. Because, I imagine if there was a Christ 2,000 years ago, the further, like right now, the way people view Christ is really fairy tale-ish, and I think that if you're not careful, Rastafari could become that same fairy tale kind of religion thing, if the essence of it isn't protected and safeguarded and instilled in the coming generations that, you know, call ourselves Rastafari. Because I can see it even deteriorating from Jaduggi's era to our era, our generation. I can see a change from what I hear and what I see, even in the way people treat each other. You know, like the way we talk to each other nowadays is not what I hear, how they used to reason with one another. It was more of a divine, you know, thing where it wasn't turning into no fight and hating each other and talking, you know, being mean to each other and stuff like that, where you see today on social media and even through, you know, YouTube videos and stuff. People are just sometimes are really rude and disrespectful to each other as Rastafari and as Black people in general. You see a lot of debating and just, you know, insults and stuff like that, which is not reasoning. And Rastafari is about, we reason, we don't debate. But you see a lot of debating and not even a positive debate, because debate can be good, but the way people talk to each other and when they get passionate about something, they start insulting each other, and, you know, I think all of the conversation then gets lost and into animosity and resentment and stuff like that. But that's just one thing, you know. I'll leave it
religious
open.
and political jostling. Religious and political jostling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the essence of Rastafari is an internal, inborn concept, and once that's gone, then it becomes another world religion where you're looking outside of yourself, you know.
I mean, I agree with you, Ja Daniel, because last year for Marcus Garvey's Earth Strong, I attended a bingy at Marcus Garvey Park, and you know, everything was blessed. You know, the bingy was, you know, real sweet and stuff like that. But then two brethren started, you know, quarreling out of nowhere. One of them is getting so upset he's throwing his phone and yelling profanity at the next one, and it's just like, it's going on and on. I'm like, why is this going on at a bingy? And you know, there's all, you know, so many rosters there, including myself, and nobody's doing anything to separate the two men. I'm like, they couldn't pick up a better day to, you know, to do these things. I didn't think it was right at all, and it just totally ruined the whole mood, the whole vibration, and everything because of these two men arguing back and forth with something so ridiculous. It didn't even make any sense for them to be there at that point.
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Human frailties, eh?
Yeah.
Give that for the question, Ja Daniel. My lad, you read my mind, my lad. I mean, you said it as I wanted to say it, my lad. Because I see, well, this dangerous, right? I mean, it is dangerous, my lad, because we will see repatriation in a careless way, where we will make it become something, some sort of fairy tale.
Mm-hmm.
So we will think, you see?
Yes,
And I mean, I've seen examples, my lord, of people changing the philosophy. I mean, and really coming to learn more of the other, like through the study group and thing, like from the elders. I see there is, like here, my lord, in the south, or well, everywhere, my lord. I think that the lack of education, my lord, will let the people to become more comfortable, my lord. And you see, we will stop. I mean, I see it's dangerous because of the mission. the mission is not to be fulfilled through religious mindset, or not only through ceremonial order. I mean, it is dangerous to us because our order is mainly a ceremonial order, but it's a ceremonial order that is there to give impulse, to give the power to a mission to be fulfilled. It's not there just to clap and sing and then go as the world. That is why we are in the world, but we are not of the world. And to accept a religious mindset within Rastafari would be to accept an institution that comes from the world. And it is not that Rastafari is made like that. It is that people, as I was saying, comes from that. And they try to just imitate that in Rastafari, like the same syncretism that our ancestors had to do to resist the colonial power by keep worshiping their gods through the name of the white man gods, is the same thing that is going on. Because people come to pray the white god when they are religious, with giving the name of Rastafari. So it's just a whole twist of the thing, my lad, that I see it's just the mission. The mission could not be fulfilled like that, my lad.
My Lord.
Repatriation could not be fulfilled like that.
Yes, I think once it gets to be where it's we feel like it's out of our control, and we're just, like the Empress said, waiting on Dada to come back in a chariot out of the sky and just do everything for us and all that. I mean, what's the point of me doing anything if that's all I got to do is just pray and wait on that? I could just, I don't have to work for repatriation if that's the case. And chances are that's never going to happen. So the repatriation would only happen by chance, not because we took control of it ourselves, but just because it might happen somehow. But not, when you're doing, if you're driving a car and it's not one of them new cars that drives where you want it to go by itself, you don't take your hands off of the wheel and just say, well, God's going to take me where I need to go, because you're going to end up in somebody's house. You got to hold the wheel and press the gas and stop at the lights. And you get yourself there because you know that you're the one controlling the car. The same way, we are the ones here in flesh. We're the ones who want repatriation. So what do? We try to make we put our hands on the steering wheel and put our foot on the pedal and push ourselves to where we want to be, That's just natural.
And Africa don't need no more religion, Rasta. Africa don't need any more religion. Them have enough religious problems and enough of the religious mindset already to purge itself from, to regain back its African spirituality. Seeing I and I going home and bringing with us a religious concept and a religious mindset is just adding, fuel to a fire that's consuming already. You understand? So, because I often hear Rastafari expressing the fact that them going home to teach Africans, and yes, I'm not saying we don't have something to teach where it is necessary to teach something, but to have the mindset that what we have, our salvation and our concept of right and wrong and life is the ultimate. So we are going there now to dissuade them of whatever their beliefs are and their practices are and their concepts are. I think that's a bit arrogant and egotistical. The humility of I and I, tell I and I that I and I is going home to be our brothers and our sisters, brethren and family. We are going home to reunite the family, not to be condescending and to be, self-righteous. which is what we tend to have that nature coming from the West, because at some point it served us in trying to overcome, the teaching that we were 3/5 and less of a human and all these things. But now that we have dispelled all those lies and myths and foolishness, we have to be cautious and don't take it to the next spectrum, where we now, have internalized that concept and going home to profess it on our brothers. See, we need to go home and relearn what it is to be a true African, while retaining our spiritual consciousness, but not go home with the mindset that we have the ultimate answer. Because if we do have the ultimate answer, why are we still here? Why are we still having conversations like this? Why are we still defining at this 12th hour the difference between spirituality and religion? And as it clearly states within the conversation, there is a lot of different concepts of what it is. So we are not clear. We are not on that one saying and one doing level as yet. So if we really have this thing the way we profess to have it, how are we still in this position? Why are we still sorting through who we are, what we are supposed to be about, So that should be humbling in of itself, realizing that it's 500 years we have been in this position. We are the longest people under a yoke, So we need to humble ourselves to learn from our Father. Seeing, it's our levity that's going to profess his greatness and his wonder, and his glory. Not our arrogance or our dominance or any of those characters. It's the humility of how we deal with one another that is going to bring out the Christ-like nature of who we are. And in so, people will see it and identify our teacher, our inspiration, the author of our faith, who is the Holy Trinity, and will acknowledge them for the greatness that they have done. Yeah.
Yes, the fine line between religion and spirituality, really.
Very dangerous.
Some religion can help us to find spirituality in ourselves, but most of it just lead a person outside of himself. Prophet Carlton, you have your hand up, my Lord.
Blessed love in the house. Give thanks again, one and all. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks for love and life, Give thanks for the reason you're going through. Been a bit preoccupied, but been listening on. Some good points, being brought forward, bringing a balance, towards the reasoning, which is what's needed, within, I and I today, within I and I reasoning, some balance. We can't be too one-sided, Yeah, and across my Bobo Shanti journey now, we came in with that, towards Rasta, that born religion, and, because it's just a natural, We've heard all the bad sides, the slavery part of it, the Christianity part of it, what it's done to us, So, yeah, and I know that it is, the bad side of it, Yet still, there's a balance, Same way with the spirituality, because spirituality, like we have defined, is something that's more personal, It's more towards you. It's more liberal, because you are the one who could say this is right for you. You are the one who could say this is wrong for you, And some people, might have negative thoughts the same way. Some people have positive, so they might use their spirituality in a good way, Might use it in a bad way, Some people have some bad thoughts and bad meditations, and they use religion now to guide them, to get them on some path, and probably being out there in the world with gangsters and, just people, even if you're not doing any criminal activity, but people who think negatively, you know, in terms of doing things more materialistic, like let's say you just come out of jail and you're struggling mentally, you know, you get those kind of people who are struggling spiritually, you know, they don't know where to go, and you know, people are telling them you must get a job, you must, you know, put on your suit and tie. When they try and do these things, they get put down because, you know, they don't know how to do it. They don't, you know, whereas going to a church now, any form, you know, Muslim, anything, gives them some form of, you know, belonging and can help them, you know. And some people along the way, they you know, they get better in the journey. Some people just reach a stage and then go back, you know. So I believe there's a balance. You know, one teacher, my economics teacher, in fact, she was actually my Sunday school teacher in I used to go to Pentecostal church as a youth. And she ended up being my economics teacher. And she was very free, you know. Although we knew she was Christian, you know, we used to question her and say all these things. And she ended up telling us, well, I think they asked her, like, do you believe that all Christians will go to heaven? And how can you believe that? You know, like, because there's only so many million Christians, and there's more people who are not Christian in the world, basically. And her answer was saying that, no, she does not believe that, you know, because she believes there are good and bad Christians. So only those who are living the right way within Christianity, you know, because in their belief, you know, they believe that they're waiting for this gospel to be preached. That's why they're waiting for Jesus to come back, because everybody has to hear the message, you know, so it seems like it's going to go on forever. But she's saying she don't believe that. She believes that whoever has the message, because obviously people are dying, and in terms of your religion, you know, you either go to heaven or hell. So they're saying, if you're a Muslim, in her eyes, and you die, would you go to hell because you never accepted Jesus Christ? And she's saying no. She believes that if you are living a true Muslim way, you know, because that's the teaching you had got, and that's the everything has a good basis, you know. The basis of religion itself is meant to be good. It's just people are using it for bad, you know. And if you are living to a true, if you are even the word Catholic, the word Muslim, Islam, the word Christianity, or Christian, to be like Christ, all these things have positive meaning, you know. So just going by the word itself, but then when you delve deeper into it now, when you look at the principles of them, they upkeep it as well. But then when you look at what they actually do now, it differs from, you know, it's like they're bending the rules and regulations to say, all right, well, this is right. So yeah, she was saying that she believes that any person within there, you know, if you're a Hindu and you're over there in the Philippines and that's what you do, and you're living right towards that, and you die, you would get to go to your heaven in that sense, you know. And that is, to me, a better way of looking at it, not in terms of going to heaven when you die, but in terms of saying, you know, if you're living the right path, that is the correct way. You know, you can't stay out there and say you're a Muslim waiting for Jesus, or you're Christian waiting to hear the Muslim preaching, you know, or waiting to hear Rastafari. That's how some Rastaman see it right now, as, you know, we have to profess this to the world for everybody to know, you know. Yeah. And yeah, I don't know if one's, you know, getting what I'm saying there. Seem to be
clear.
All right, yeah. So it's just a balance. I mean, I've seen that. I used to go to church as a youth, and I wasn't too into it. You know, I didn't used to do the singing, but I used to love, you know, seeing you know, when people singing and they feel something inside of them. I used to like that part. A little bit of the preaching, you know, to actually understand what they're saying. But, you know, we used to do youth night, these things. They had positive things like youth night on a Friday night. Pardon me?
Get in a spirit. When them start to jump,
they get in a spirit. Yeah, they get in a spirit. And some people, I used to you could feel there's a positive, and some people it was a negative. Don't get me wrong. I used to feel some vibe from people, and you know, we have so like my grandmother. I could call her a true Christian within her knowledge. I mean, she eat pork and all these things, but she would be sitting on the balcony, and trust me, I know, cause I used to be creeping in late night, coming from dance, and she's on the balcony praying. I mean, it's like she's not doing this thing in vain. She's out there speaking to her God in her way, whatever, you know. So it's guided her, you know, within other aspects. She didn't just stay there and be a Christian. She's successful in other things. She did nursing school and these things there. So there's positives and negatives, but generally the bad ones, and even she now, she had some lot of bad experiences within the church, but she knows the mission of the church. And I always say to her, why do you give your money? She's still giving her 10%, you know, and all these kind of things. And, you know, it's like she knows the mission of it. It's just, you know, she knows that everybody has to do them bit. And if everybody was thinking in the right way, you know, so I feel even King Emmanuel brought us together, you know, and some may look at us as a religion, and we could take those positive aspects from it and say, you know, well, yeah, we are communal. We come together to rise our spirituality, because enough a Rasta man, you know, enough Bobo, you know, used to do some bad things out there, you know, some real bad things. And when you see the comment,
you have man to getting, you have Bobo man, we're getting a spirit and speak in tongues to, you know, my lad. You know that?
See it. So I never really, is that accepted, or is that?
No, everybody look, when a man move like that, everybody look at him strange. But you have a brethren right now when you're ready, in getting a spirit man and then cut the tongue, they say, what is that? That is something new. But the Bible tell you about, you know, speaking in tongues. I think it's in Corinthians. Tell you about unknown tongues. They call it unknown tongues, my Lord.
Truly.
Yeah, but
yeah, I mean, in terms of spirituality, I mean, you can't really judge a man if you want to sit there, if you want to close your eyes and pray, open your eyes and pray. If you don't want to pray, you want to pray in your head, because sometimes when you're praying out loud, you know, you can when you hear yourself think, you know, you hear your voice, you know. You notice that you always hear your voice when you hear yourself think. So it's like you don't even have to pray openly. You can say things in your head. It's like it's just our rituals and our principles. This is the thing with Bobo Shanti, I know, because when I used to go to church, I couldn't understand the things. But coming in now, I won't do something unless I understand it, or unless I knew it was good and I could understand it further down the line. So there's enough things, you know, I'm trying to understand down the line, but I know they have a good purpose, you know, like reading the Psalms, you know. But it's not just about reading it, it's about living it as well. And this is the way the religions came with the word now, that we're just coming with the word and with a different action that's not matching up now, you know. So I really have to match up the action with the word, you know. So coming down to repatriation, you know, which is just his religion now, that's what he's religious about, you know. Because when you do something religiously, when they say you do something religiously, you could be an atheist, you know. You could be a carpenter, and they say he does that religiously, you know. That means you're serious about it, you know. That means you're concentrated, you know, you know, in that way. But then it could mean, like, I mean, when you say too religious now, anytime you put TOO, it means a bad thing. So you could say too Christian, you could say, even if you say too Bobo Shanti, anytime you put too, it means like you're too much.
It's excessive.
It's excessive. So that means, so when we say we're too religious, yeah, I believe in a lot of aspects we are, because we're looking at these rituals like, oh yeah, a Psalms reading, let's go and chant some drum, you know, beat some drum and feel like, you know, because some visitors, people around and these things, yeah, let's go and do a video and show these things. Whereas a lot of these things we have to live without the video, without the camera, without, you know, people looking at us. Because even there's some people, you know, and it happens, a priest said this one time, he said, always watch yourself, you know, when you're out there. Don't feel like there's not Bobo out there, because, you know, like us living in the West, sometimes you don't have too many Rasta around you. So you feel like some people might be drinking and doing some folly and they can get away with it. I go to some place and someone pull me up and ask me about Bobo and say, where is priest this? And you won't even expect him to know anything about Bobo Shanti. And the man will tell you about some ancient priest who probably passed away and say he didn't know this man, you know, and these kind of things there. So, you know, we just always have to keep the right going, you know, without even if we can't get to do the psalm reading, it doesn't mean like, oh, well, we've missed something. We can live the psalm reading now, you know. I don't always get to read psalms at 12 o'clock, you know. I'm busy working on things, so we can try and do these things, but it's about living it. More important to live that psalm, you know, blessed is the man that walketh not, you know. So what's the point in reading it and not being blessed in your walking, not letting anyone see this? So others will have to see that upon you, so they won't judge you, you know. So yeah, ones will look at us as a religion, but most religions now will not consider themselves a religion. If you talk to a Muslim now, you know, if you become a Muslim today, they will say to you, when did you become Muslim again? Because they believe everyone was born Muslim. So they will tell you, if you convert to them, they will say, when did you come back to Islam? And these kind of things there. So everybody has a belief, you know, and even by us saying certain things, and now I believe we even proven to be a religion because, you know, like one said earlier, we have our mission of freedom, redemption, repatriation, and if we're not making it a reality, it's as real as Jesus coming out of the sky, you know? So as much as we're talking about other religions and Islam and, you know, we're making our religion a joke thing if we're not dealing with it serious, and we're not, you know, we can't see a fulfillment, you know. It's just as good as the Christians saying, because my grandmother would be watching the news on Israel, you know, and seeing news and saying, this is a sign that Jesus is coming. I'm like, okay, well, where are our signs that repatriation is coming? You know, so they are even looking better than us in some sense because there are signs out there. Where are our signs? You know, these are signs that can keep us in hope. This is what's converting people to all these religions, you know, because the signs are out there. You know, the sign, they say, oh, look at this book and this will show you that. We have signs. Don't get me wrong, Empress. Don't get me wrong, Empress. But this is what we should be talking about, our signs. This is what we should be working on, you know, seeing the signs and manifesting them, or, you know, working towards those signs, you know, if you understand that meaning. But there are them, don't get me wrong, there are them, because ours is a reality. So if theirs is not a reality and they are getting signs, they are creating signs, you know, through wars and these things, you know, because these wars and rumors of wars are all these things that is
all of them,
signs and revelations, you know, so they could create
and
a war.
You see where that say you Babylon are gonna have a shovel to bury their dead, and you see that happening. So there are signs.
Yeah. And these are the things we have to really be pulling out and showing. And yeah, there was a part, you know, Jadaniel did ask me to share, you know, because we were having a reasoning, and even on the, you know, I did hear one, you know, touch it still, you know, His Majesty speech, you know, that's being misappropriated to him, you know. The one on spirituality and religion, you know, and it's a very good speech, you know. I don't know if I want to have it there. I could get it up still in the meantime. But yeah, just to say that.
While you look for it, let me give you a freedom. You look for it, and then raise your hand again when you're ready to share.
All right, yeah, all right.
And while you look for that, I would like to point out a story that's been shared with me by Bobo Empress, who, you know, is, you know, Empress Marina. She's been on the program before, but she told me when she was in Ghana, right? She had an idea to start an internet cafe. One of the elder priests asked her, you ever see Dada start an internet cafe? Like he's trying to tell her, because Dada never did that, you shouldn't do it. To me, that's a religious way of looking at Bobo Shanti, is that anything that King Emmanuel never did, we shouldn't do. But King Emmanuel, you know, was in his flesh from a certain time until a certain time. And so there were certain technologies that he had to work with. And he used the technologies that was available, you know what I mean? Like Priest Dougie told me they had a big generator there. They had intercom system. They had printers. You know what I mean? That's technology. It's nothing too big to do because those things are standard.
We had one of the first solar, brethren, when solar was not heard about, when solar wasn't politically correct, when solar was, I mean, the most unknown technological energy. We had solar, brethren. See, that's how long we have been advanced. That's how our father thinks.
So, you know, if we look at him with a religious mind, then we would be stuck. In 1994, we wouldn't develop any further past that. And everything we do after that would just be waiting on him and repeating what he did already. And that to me is idolizing. You know, when you don't see God internal, then you worshiping something outside of yourself. Even if it's Dada you worshiping, but you don't see him in yourself, it ain't gonna serve you.
True.
But what was the teaching? What was the teaching? What did Christ teach us? To worship him in what?
Spirit
and truth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not in
truth.
Yes, not in the manifestation of material and you know what we would profess to be a religious principle or a religious ideology, but in spirit and truth. What is the truth? That man and woman is God and goddess in flesh. That's the truth that Dada said he came to teach us. You know, he was often asked that question: what is the truth? He said the truth is that man and woman of a right is God and goddess.
In flesh. In flesh.
Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I,
Right.
Rastafari. Because that's, I mean, that one teaching takes the whole Christ story and makes it real.
Yes, I.
Whereas before
Yes,
it was a fantasy, now it's a real thing.
I like that point that you bring up. I'm glad you bring up that point, Ras Daniel, because I want to establish that point with dominance, because it is that essence that I really brought to I and I. He took religion out of the sky and he brought it down to reality, to earth, where it applies to our everyday reality. It is something that that is attainable. In the way that it is taught to us by the world, it is unattainable. Christ has no relevance to I, because if I walk on water and fly through sky and do all these miracles that I can't do and I will never be able to do in any realm or any time, it has no practical application to I. But what that a teacher is that I and I can be like him and all the great deities that existed, that all the potential is in I and I to be that. It's just that I and I have to nurture it and bring it to the forefront. Seeing we have to aspire every day that we get up to be a little bit better than the day before.
Yes.
We must endeavor to leave the earth a little bit better than we found it. And if we live by that principle, if we live by that principle, we are ahead of the game.
Rastafari. John Poe, you have your hand up, my lord. You can unmute and speak.
Yeah, my Lord. I give thanks for this, the reasoning, the gathering of the angels, I have to say I'm taking this result, that the dangers of religion, it is really, really not healthy. It is antisocial. It lacks growth and it brings no development, So it does us no good, as Rastafari people to be on those levels, because I can share my part, when I came out of the Christian theology, and I came to the Nyabingi theocracy, I saw that when we think about the stories, that the glories we used to be given, that our father Emperor Selassie one time, his teacher gave him a paper and he had to draw a bird, and then they say that the father, he drew this bird in many colors. And one time the pastor or whoever, I think it was a French, a French pastor or maybe an Ethiopian Abuna, when he turned aside and came forward, Emperor Selassie's bird came out of the paper, for me that alone, it changed the way I looked at things, it became religious. Yes. Because now, as the I say, you start to expect things to come from the heavens above, or unless it doesn't bring growth. Because in that time, I was not able to use my poetry to create workshops and these kind of things because of the level of religiousness that I was conceptualizing as an individual. But once I broke from those chains through the powers of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, saying, up, you mighty race, you can accomplish what you will. Reach unto the stars of equality and justice now. You know, when I started to see that, then things became more natural. You know, that in order to receive, you have to do. You know, in order to achieve, you must work to achieve. You know, instead of keeping yourself in a level of controllership. And religion, another thing about religion, you become a manipulator. You know, you manipulate the society as a whole, manipulate the people with lies, and the lies doesn't do good, you know. So yeah, we give thanks to my Lord, you know, for highlighting the dangers of religion.
Yes, my Lord, give thanks, John Paul. Joe Carlton, you got it?
My Lord, blessed love again. Yes, Honorable. Yeah, very important. In between, you know, hearing these things there. And to move away from, you know, all the mysticism and these things, it's like we have to read what the man them tell us themselves, you know. So yeah, this is part of it, you know. Where we often get it mixed up, and it comes from the book called African Unity, The Only Solution. And it's by a man called Nevenge Amentu PK, you know, and it was published officially, they say, in 1991. And I've come across a copy, you know, I've seen it, but it's a very hard to get book. And it looks like, you know, some very, you know, interesting things in there, you know, so it would be good for even I and I to read, you know, and, you know, not putting it down at all, you know, but we're just attributing it to the right person, you know, as it often gets, you know, put as His Majesty's speech, you know, as a speech where it's actually a part of a book, you know, and even a lot of the basis of one's reasoning kind of comes out from this speech there. And it starts off by saying, the temple of the Most High begins with the human body, which houses our life, essence of our existence. Africans are in bondage today because they approach spirituality through religion, provided by foreign invaders and conquerors. We must stop confusing religion and spirituality. Religion is a set of rules, regulations, and rituals created by humans which were supposed to help people grow spiritually. Due to human imperfection, religion has become corrupt, political, divisive, and a tool for power struggle. Spirituality is not theology or ideology. It is simply a way of life, pure and original as was given by the Most High. Spirituality is a network linking us to the Most High, the universe, and each other. As the essence of our existence, it embodies our culture, true identity, nationhood, and destiny. A people without a nation they can really call their own is a people without a soul. Africa is our nation and is in spiritual and physical bondage because her leaders are turning to outside forces for solutions to African problems when everything Africa needs is within her. When African righteous people come together, the world will come together. This is our divine destiny. Yes, my Lord and Empress. Right. So it's you know, powerful speech, you know, and even going through, you know, it says, you know, religion is these, you know, rules and regulations which was supposed to help people grow spiritually. And it's just due to the imperfection, you know, through man do folly that these things are going on. And, you know, it talks about us using the foreign you know, the invaders' religions now, and these things that is very true, you know. But a lot of people, it's even as I'm reading it now, it says Haile Selassie on spirituality on a website, so it's mostly attributed to His Majesty. And you know, we have to really be careful, because if we really read His Majesty's look on it now, you know, it's not exactly the same there, you know. And you know, because remember, say His Majesty now was defender of the faith before he even become His Majesty, you know. Before, when he got crowning, he did go to battle, you know. After Menelik the second did pass, he did pass on the throne to his son, you know, Ligiasu. And then he himself now did try to convert, you know, the nation, because the king in charge now would be the defender of the faith. So you would automatically change the religion of the nation by
hold on before you look at it. Ligiasu was not Menelik's son. He was like a nephew or something like that.
Nephew, my lord, yes.
King Menelik II didn't have any son heir to the throne.
He didn't have any son. Yes. Give thanks for the correction, my lord. Yeah. I even thought I got the name wrong as well.
And there's another correction there too. His Majesty received the Defender of the Faith title from the ecumenical conference that he held, and the bishops and the high priests who bestowed that title on him for calling a conference that was held 1500 years prior to him holding the one that he did. The last one was held 1500 years prior to that. So because he championed the cause of calling that conference and what he did, he was given that title, Defender of the Faith.
You know what year that was, my lord?
What year was this?
This was 1963, if I'm not mistaken. It's either 63 or 65.
I thought he got the Defender of the Faith from like 19, when he went to war. Cause from my understanding, you know, I even have some book there. I probably have to cross references and get back. When Menelik did pass it on to his relative, Ligiasu, he did want to convert. He converted to Islam, and that was against the policy of the, you know, that was against what Menelik, you know, Menelik himself was defender of the faith also, from my understanding, being that leader of the church there, you know. And when His Majesty went to battle, is it 1960? Is it before 1916?
36.
Yeah, probably play with the days a little bit, but basically, when this happened, you know, because the Empress did come in power for some years also, you know, before His Majesty took over, and he from them times that he did get some title for defending the faith by bringing Christianity back, you know. And Christianity not meaning the way, you know, we've probably been talking about it in the sense of the Western way, meaning the Orthodox, the true faith. And even His Majesty now seeing certain things and now which were being...
Yeah, but His Majesty never lost that. Ethiopia never lost that, my lord. The church has never lost power. The Orthodox Church has never lost power, even in Yasu time. That's why they were able to excommunicate him, and he never got a chance.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. That he would have, if they didn't excommunicate him, that would have been his mission, to convert the nation, really, to convert the head church, you know. And even His Majesty now, bringing it back to a balance now, His Majesty, although he was head of the, you know, Orthodox Church, and that was his thing, he says king of the Muslims, kings of the Christians and the pagans, you know. So as a king now, he still knew how to differentiate in terms of being a king and being head of the church, because some people, like what we're talking about, being that religious that, they can't differentiate between anything in life, that everything is just one way, whereas His Majesty could say we all have to live together, the speeches he gave and that, and say, no one can question the faith of others, so we couldn't really, he's not here to convert like what we are saying, everybody have their thing, but that was his thing, and it was important, that form of Christianity. Remember, the meaning of Christian now is to be like Christ now. So it is important that Christ now was there instead of Muhammad, or Buddha. So Christ is very important figure.
One moment, my Lord. It's January 21st, 1965, he became defender of the faith, as Priest Doug said. It was because he said, Holy Fathers, we have welcomed the title you have given us, defender of the faith, with great honor. May Almighty God grace your name. May God welcome your work. Yeah, so it was after the ecumenical council that he held with all the Eastern Orthodox
that churches. Got that title there. Give thanks for even the dates and all. It's good to get everything. There was a title bestowed upon him, though. As I say, I'm gonna have to cross-ref, probably go and read back, because it's just, it's not nothing that's fresh in my head there.
Remember that
from before he was king.
Remember that Triple Crown monarchy.
Naturally,
he was Prince Regent. He was Prince Regent Plenipotentiary first. That was the first title that he gave.
Yes, I think is that 1960? Is that the same?
Yeah,
is that the
what you're talking about?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He was Regent Plenipotentiary before he became Negus, and then he became Negus.
Yes.
Which, when he was Negus, he was also the king. He pretty much he was like the king, but he wasn't the king of kings. But because he knew government more than Empress Taitu or Zalditu, whichever one it was, she didn't really have much. Like, she wasn't ruling the country really. She just had the title. She was more like a monarch figure without really, running the country. All the power was in his hands essentially.
So the power was there even.
The
power was placed in bit by bit, as he was doing the works. Basically, that's my point of the whole reasoning there. As he performed his works now, people could see the king in him now, because like you rightfully pointed out, it wasn't just passed from father to son.
Yes,
it's like you have to work towards this and show what you can do. And some people like
kind of getting away. Now, kind of getting away from the topic though. It's kind of long.
Yeah. Pardon me, but no, we give thanks. That the only point I wanted to bring was that by him, the faith he was defending, even back in that battle, because there was a big war. I won't say a big war, but there was a battle, to get the church back in control, so that was the point I was bringing forward. But give thanks for the history, even Priest Doug, corrections and all these things there, my Lord.
Give thanks, Jack Carlton, for reading.
Yes, my Lord, blessed love.
Give thanks for reading.
Yeah, valuable conversation, Jack Carlton. Valuable conversation, my Lord. Give thanks.
Give thanks for reading that part of that book, because I mean, as well as probably most others who have ever read that, definitely read it attached to His Imperial Majesty. The part that you read anyway, it has truths, So whether His Majesty said it or not, the God in that person was definitely speaking, because it's, it's a right sound still. But we still have to be careful when we say His Majesty said stuff. If we, because the internet does be lying sometimes. Yeah, sometimes people just make memes and put whatever they want to put on there and stuff like that. And a lot of people get their information without really checking into it further a lot of times. And I mean, over the years, that's how it goes, But thank you for bringing that to our consciousness. So now we know that His Majesty did not make that quote. But yeah, as you see, the UNIA was the work of Marcus Garvey. So if one was like how His Majesty, how King Emmanuel defined religion, freedom, redemption, repatriation, we see that all three of the Trinity had the same religion. The UNIA, the EABIC, and the OAU was all towards unification of Africans, towards international morality, towards loving yourself as a Black man and a Black woman, and and loving the God in yourself and in your brother in the same way. So we see that the Trinity never did disagree. It was all on the same page, working for the same cause, even though they did it in different formats because of their different position in life. It's the same thing. And the floor is open. The topic is differentiating and comparing and contrasting between spirituality and religion. And we're going to start, bringing it down. The time is the time, so closing remarks, any last questions? Freedom, the floor is open.
So do we come up with a clear, concise difference between the two, or are we still reasoning on the differences and stuff like that?
Well, I mean, I got a clear, concise answer out of all of what everybody said. I could share mine, but I'm sure everybody got something along the same lines because everybody really was saying the same thing. I mean, if you have one that you got, feel free to share, Empress.
Just something that I saw earlier today. I'll share it right now. Just give me 1 second, please.
Yeah. So, closing remarks, anyone can feel free to summarize what they got from it. Ja Winston, you had your hand up, my lord. And while Empress Cindy gets whatever it is that she's going to share together, you can have the floor.
Holy Manuel, yes.
Yeah. Rastafari.
My Lord, I give thanks, because I look for it all the time, but I know this is the timing for it, So I now come on it and I really know go on to the fullest, but the next reason I go hope for me forward in such time, my Lord. So pardon I all one same, I didn't really know the timing when to log on now. So I now get to find the timing and there them sealing it up. So all I could say, just love everywhere, just love everywhere and heart. Party strong, fasting and praying, going to same way. More love and strength to all the other man, woman, and children, same way, More Bobo Shanti, my love.
Give thanks, Ja Winston. I reached out to you in Messenger, but I never did get a reply. I was trying to let you know the time change because of the Lent season, We start at 3 o'clock in the afternoon after, well, it's 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It's 2 o'clock Jamaica time. I think it's 3 o'clock in Trinidad as well. I don't know what time.
Yeah, I think you say it wrong. No. Hold on, I think you say it wrong. No, it's Jamaica is Eastern Standard Time. US is Daylight Saving Time.
Okay, well, that's what they call it. I'm just calling it by the standard. What they,
Yeah. But it's DST because them manipulating time that them have no control over. But it's they who change their time. The Caribbean still on the Caribbean natural time, which is the Eastern.
But even in the Caribbean, you have 2 times still, because Trinidad and Jamaica not on the same time.
Yeah, they are naturally apart through time zone, but it's not manipulating the time. The DST.
Yeah.
That US embrace.
I think Jamaica is an hour in front, It's an hour behind I and I. We just seal up 6 o'clock, Jamaica 6 o'clock for 7 o'clock.
Okay.
So yes,
yeah. So then we start at 3 your time, my lord.
Yeah, give thanks, my lord, for such strength and love, and take care all skillful guidance through the night, my lord and Empress.
Honorable. Yes, my lord.
Give thanks, Winston. Yeah, man. Blessings and love,
My lord.
Empress Cindy, you ready?
Yeah, it's just something I found between the two. And so when we look at religion, we look at practices, rites, rituals, and ideologies and how one should follow it. Differences between right and wrong, what is true and false. And then spirituality, we look at where do you find meaning? How do you feel connected? And how should you live? And then coming together now between the two, you have belief, comfort, reflection, ethics, and awe. I don't really think that the two intersect like that, unless we're talking about African religion. But in terms of, Western religion, I think that they're different. And I think that people who are more spiritual are more free thinkers. They don't have this dogmatic way of looking at things and, condemning people for not believing what they believe in and not being so fanatical either. Give thanks.
Natural. Yes, give thanks.
I agree totally. That's a strong point to close on. Very strong point.
Yes. According to Marcus Garvey, we each should have our own religion. Because we each should be, building ourselves spiritually and establishing our own, what works for you might not work for me.
My Lord, my religion is freedom, redemption, international.
Redemption, international.
But how you manifest it though still is going to be differently than me, because you have different natural talents, weaknesses, and I the same way. So what I do to express my religion, which is the same religion, is going to be different than you and anybody else.
Yes.
Like, somebody might read Psalms 3 times a day, every single day, and somebody else might not. But that doesn't mean that we're not on the same path still, But there's no disagreement. In my view, Empress Cindy asked if we came up with a concise answer. We answered a lot of questions still. It wasn't just the one, because we talked about how it affects Rastafari and a few other topics. But I think we did come up with a concise answer as to what is the major differences between religion and spirituality.
My love, I give thanks again, such I just catch on a little. I think the spirituality powers is because of the words of His Majesty. Haile Selassie, I say, come greater in spirit, come something you never come before, in which your education has made you same way. So I think your thinking ability is what you see at night, Like a spirituality person always commit himself in praying and fasting, and I always wanna dip on it now, so him seeing things so that him always wanna be on it, him don't wanna come out of the areas because what him seeing. So I think the spirituality powers now becomes even great with Emmanuel, because if you check repatriation, my Lord, is a generation, and to a generation we declare this mighty Akan. Jah for part this year again. So it's enough chat still let you out, Because when the priest sit to him and in a reason, he say, my Lord, I don't know if it's I and I this generation here going to get such power, or if it's the third and the fourth generation, which is the youth and them behind and all them children. Because this chat here now is a chat where it have to be so pure. It have to come so pure that I and I children and grandchildren will don't get the culture from I and I teaching. And I said, remember, and I parents and them never really know nothing of this power here to the fullest, like how I and I come know it, So I put anything I and I children and I grandchildren. So it could emerge out of them children, because them so strict with the truth of King Emmanuel. So we do give thanks again, my Lord, for the life and the love. Give thanks.
Yes, my Lord.
Daniel, I think we have defined it clearly in the sense that if we're looking at the historical context, if we're looking at the practicality of application in our lives, as ones who have reincarnated in the West, and how it has affected our lives, if we look at even when we rose up as Rastafari, for I and I generation, more so for I and I, because the I them can benefit from what we went through. What we went through when we rose up and said Rasta, the church and the Christian families that we had rejected us, you know, I mean, adamantly rejected I and I, you know, for professing something that was different to them. Seeing, and they waged a religious war against their own flesh and blood, you know, because we did not aspire to maintain that illusion of Christianity and religion. We aspired to be the natural man, because that was the original concept of Rastafari, professing our naturality, our connection with nature. You know, they as a matter of fact, one of the names that we were called was original man. You know, because everything that we aspired to was original. See, so the religious aspect of society, you know, even amongst our family, came out strong against I and I. So in putting all of that together, all the information that I have heard from ones and ones today, and, you know, I and I life experience, you know, we must say, you know, maybe someone from Ethiopia doesn't have that experience because they were not enslaved and dominated the way we were. But I and I must say that religion and spirituality is two different concepts, seen clearly. To I and I, religion is that connection to the universal intelligence, to the creator, to each other, to life. Religion is interpretation of others. Now, we're not going to say it negative or it positive. It can be used for both. You know, those of I and I who have lost ourselves and have not endeavored to find forward ourselves, in certain cases need religion to keep them centered and focused on what is right. You know, but for I and I who have found our spiritual self and has been able to rise that Christ consciousness within ourselves, you know, religion is a natural part of us, is an innate sense of who we are. So we don't need the bit and the bridle. We don't need all of that religious rigor and, you know, all of that goes with all of the concept of religion and Christianity.
Patriarchy, racism.
Exactly. What I and I need to profess is true love, unconditional love, equality and justice for one another. Seeing, doing to each other what we would like done to us. If we live those and profess those simple rules and simple principles, we have superseded religion. Because religion hasn't taught the world after so many years of being institutionalized. It has not brought the world any closer to being divine and to the Almighty. As a matter of fact, today we are seeing crimes and violence being perpetrated on levels that even some of the savagery of the past could not really top. You understand? Some things that I am seeing even right here in Jamaica among my own people is unspeakable and unheard of. Seeing, and they themselves profess themselves to be Christians, you know, and Jamaica is one of the countries that have more churches per square mile than most places. Seeing, so with all of the churches and the denominations and the faith-based lifestyle that is here, it has made them no better or closer to being divine and to showing that unconditional love that their so-called Christ that they profess has taught to them.
Lord. So Priest Dougie, when it comes to His Majesty defending religion and saying that science and civilization must be guided with religion, when you say what you just said, are you suggesting that he just maybe because of the language barrier or something that maybe is, or, I mean, if he said it's good, then how can we say it's not good? How do we justify that?
Like we said from the beginning, two different life experiences. And I have to keep on factoring that into the conversation. Ethiopia has never been conquered in that sense. They have been occupied for a short period, but they have never been conquered. They don't know what foreign religions and foreign interpretations are. They have not been, it has not been forced down on him like it has been forced down on us, using religion as the tool. See?
So should we be specific then and say foreign religions are evil?
We have always been, Rastafari has always done it. It's just that I don't know what has gotten confusing in this last days, because all of a sudden now we are reinterpreting our own rhetoric. You know, we have always said we reject the Western philosophy of religion. Okay, the Western concept of Christianity. We rejected that. That's why we say, give us the Maccabee version, because the King James version belongs to them. We have always, they are free to profess their religion as they see fit. We are free to profess ours. Ours come from an Ethiopic perspective, not just the little spot that is known as Ethiopia today, but it comes from a continental view of spirituality. That is where Rastafari and the African view of religion then comes from. A continental perspective of the manifestation of the divine in man.
Thanks, my Lord. Prophet Carlton and then Prophet Umpo. Prophet Carlton, unmute, my Lord.
Bless the Lord, give thanks again. Yes, honorables. Yeah, my Lord. So, yeah, I think we had a, you know, from what I heard, a good reason, you know, balance enough to realize, you know, what people were talking about when they were saying it, you know, and His Majesty just talking of religion, you know. He's talking about his, you know, and the way he sees it, and, you know, yeah, when we speak of it as Rasta, you know, we know what it has done to us, you know, so we know who we are talking about, and you know, we kind of have to broaden it out as we get older and realize, it's not just Christianity, you know. You know, even Muslim did things to us before, you know. Christians came in, you know, you had the Muslim invasion and these things, so and all others, you know, and see that religion on a whole, you know, how it is, you know, even the Orthodox faith, you know, how it's been watered down and certain things over there, you know. And from my understanding, His Majesty was bringing about a change within that, and he was getting a lot of fight from the government, and, you know, probably Priest Doug, you know, about this there, you know, something on reason and more, because that's the culture I was hearing a lot when I come into Bobo, that, you know, even when he did get crowned, pardon to go off topic, you know, there's something on topic, it's just on my mind, you know. When he did get crowned 49 priests, this is something that never happened, you know. 7 sevens, 49, you know, and 72 nations come down. A lot of things he do that, you know, it's like he was trying to bring about something different, and he did get a fight from the government. That's why you see all the, you know, 74, the coup and all these things there, you know. But yeah, back to my point, spirituality and religion, you know, to see it up, you know, a point was mentioned, you know, within language, you know, go all of we there speaking English, and we there speaking English, and we're talking about Africa and these things there. So we have to really, you know, when we talk about getting African religion and African spiritualities even within the language, and realize, I think the Priest Doug, you mentioned something, say a certain word, you know, don't have a meaning in African, you know. So certain ways you can express yourself in different languages now. You're limited with English, and it's a very difficult language to learn. From what I heard, you know, it's easier to learn Chinese than to learn English. Yeah, so yeah, we've seen that there now is like even spirituality and religion, all these things there. It's like we already know the dynamics of it, you know. We know the foundation, that what we're burning out. So we don't really have to come out ourselves and have no big debate. There's nothing wrong with the reasoning, but sometimes we have this big debate and amongst us, and there's no meaning because it's like the slave master put these things in his language to confuse us and make us start think all these things, we not this, we are this, and it's like we already know what we are. To me, even when they say spirituality, when people ask me what spirituality are you, I don't even answer them. I'm like, I can't give you an answer. That's a long thing. Like they want a name. What religion are you? That's why Jah didn't give them. Jah didn't say I'm Christian or Muslim. He gave us something different. Because it's an inborn concept, like we've been saying. This religion is inborn. It's in you. You're living it. Your spirituality, all these things are in you. So, I think by even creating these different these two different terms now, it's just a divisive thing to play with our mind. So then we get back to the original thing, like what we're talking about, and say, yeah, we know what we're burning out specifically. We're burning out these atrocities that the religion's doing, even the bad spirits out there. We're burning out all these things and we're bringing a right. It's just a right, like man say, God in flesh, man of right is God in flesh, So we're bringing about right principles, right liberty, to become that God and goddess in flesh, So yes, that's my closing remarks. Give thanks for the reasoning, my Lord and Empress. Have a blessed, week. All ones and ones, all prosperity through the Lent period, Give thanks again for a mighty reasoning. Love, love, love.
My Lord. Give thanks, Joe Carlton, for your contribution. Give thanks for your presence, same way. Honorable Ja Mpo, and then Prophet Winston, then Empress Cindy.
Glorify my Lord once again for sharing, bringing forth all our fruits in the basket, for the harvest is ripe. Give thanks, my Lord, for this reasoning on the spirituality and religion. I give thanks same way that we realize, the truth, that when it comes to religion and spirituality, in the realistic sense, it will always be there, There's no way that one cannot exist without the other, because in this life, we can see that even good and evil, will always exist, Goodness will come, my Lord, and in goodness we will find peace, and a good understanding, of who we are and where we are going, because the Father has set the trend, has shown us the standard. So we give thanks, my Lord, that these things, they can't deter us, from the mission. For the youth of today, will be the fathers and mothers of tomorrow. And when they receive knowledge, it will be enough goodness unto them, So I have to say, I give thanks, for all the jewels that each and every one of us have brought to this basket, of Ethiopia African International Congress. So that's, yeah.
Rastafari.
Heart of love, my Lord.
My Lord, give thanks for the evening guidance, It's 6 o'clock hour just come through on this side. Honorable Ja Winston, and then Empress Cindy, and then Brother Prophet Joseph. And hopefully we'll hear from Honorable Empress Maisie as well. That way everybody would have given their closing remarks. She's not even here no more. Okay. Ja Mpo or Ja Winston, my Lord, you can speak.
Yes, my Lord, give thanks again for the closing remarks. Give thanks again for the life and the love, my Lord. The spirituality and the powers come because of one-on-one. Really, Haile Selassie said the best relationship anyone could have is one-on-one relationship with God. So, sometimes the things when I go through within certain chat, I have to go on my knees, and because sometimes I ain't trust no other one than the Almighty, so that I can go and reason to say we as one-on-one. So that covers the spiritual, but the religion, everything, boy, I always remember except Rastafari. Rastafari is the only child in this time here will never bow. Jehovah's, not even against colonial and imperialism. Because Rastaman defend the throne of David, Rastaman defend Selassie. So Rastaman, Rasta woman know the truth. We live the truth. Yes, in our father house is many mansions because we know Christ done set the order ready for Bobo Shanti, but it have ones and ones still outside we say Selassie. Me fight them people still because they defend the God of Israel, you know. So repatriation, you know, we have to study to get home. We must get home because the water table rising and the West have to perish, you know. And we have to come and put it in the youth and them and show the youth and them. We live in a small island. We ain't studying for buying a car. We studying for buy a boat. Because anything ready for sailing it, you know. Because Bobo lifeboat sailing in same. So I teach them all them things, everything, you know, the lecturing same. Because we have more water, 72% of earth is water, you know. So every man supposed to entitle for a ship, even something small, we could go in same way to sail to a distance, you know, because we see what's going on. Or changing within the powers, you know, things getting over strong to come forward in the way it used to be from before. Everything had to come forward naturally. So that is what's going on right now within the whole changes. So we have to be there ready for put it in the youth and because I know long ago when I go by the river, I know my Lord and Empress, I used to catch small little tiny fish and put them in bottle and all these things. You don't see them things in the river so easy again, you know, my Lord. The river becomes so contaminated now with, you know, old fridge and old stove and battery and all waste and all kind of thing now. So nature come get in a fight now. So nature for reset itself again amongst humanity. So sometimes it be harsh when it resetting itself, but it's still love and more protection from the Most High King Emmanuel. More love and strength, my Lord and Empress. Heart of love, same, you know. More love, my Lord and Empress. Same.
Give thanks for the contribution, my Lord. Give thanks for coming in, even though, you know, it's toward the end of the program. It's still good to hear from you same way. Glad now you know the time. So, you know, next Sunday we expect, well, not expect, but we, you know, you would know when to join still. No pressure. So, Honorable Empress Cindy, I think it was, and then Prophet Joseph.
I just wanted to say, give thanks for everyone who was in the group study today. I wanted to say, give thanks to Priest Dougie. And I agree with, you know, what he said in his last statement. And what I have to say now, I'm not trying to debate it because I know everybody has to, you know, do other things at this present time. But in terms of Ethiopia and Christianity, one thing that I've noticed, and I'm critical of it, is when I visited the Ethiopian Toledo Church, and I see, depictions of Saint Mary. She's always depicted as a light-skinned woman, and we know in Ethiopia, you know, this is the land of sunburnt faces. So I'm critical of that, and you know, I don't know why that depiction is in all these churches of a white, light-skinned woman depicting Saint Mary. That's really what I have to say, and I give thanks for the Black Christ salvation. I give thanks for again this reasoning today, and thank you so much for your time.
Honorable. Give thanks, you know, for even that critical look at, you know, because we have to keep everything objective, you know, and look at things as they are and not as we want them to be, or as we think fits what we, you know, what we think or what we, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's true. Even in this the cathedral that His Majesty established, to have a European looking, you know, Jesus picture and all of that. And I say Jesus.
But a lot of this is recent, you know, it's in recent times. They've bought into the Western philosophy.
Western influence.
Yeah, because what the Western churches have done is go to Africa and sister up. According to them, this is how they put it. They have joined sister churches, and what they do by that is give financial support and scholarships and stuff like that. Now, what the people are giving up, they don't realize it because it's a subtle trick. They are letting them in to influence their ideology and their theology, which, if ones want to understand how that works, just read a book that we did in high school called Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe.
Yes, my Lord.
Yes, God.
Yes, God. So it's I love that point, Empress, and my brethren Rassal and Mama Kaya from Georgia, they have adopted the church that Haile Selassie grew up in Harar. And over the years, I've assisted, I've helped with the fundraiser for the church, trying to maintain the church in its original state, because that's the only church that ones have come across so far in their tradition that still maintain the original imagery. Because in that church, the pictures there are from the original setting of the church, and it depicts Moses with locks. It depicts all the saints as being black. It depicts Mary as being, the Black Madonna with child and stuff like that. So the imagery in that church in Harar is still original, and it needs to be preserved, as one of the last standing remnants of our true history. Because religion has made a definite attempt at destroying all the relics and all the artifacts that depict the trueness of our history. And what they have not destroyed, they have taken and hidden in their museum basements. A lot of that now we are just agitating for, the African states are agitating for. Some have already won certain amount of lawsuits, and a small amount of artifacts have been returned, but we are still fighting with the British Museum and others, like the French Museum as well, to get forward a lot of the stolen legacy that really establishes our anciency that predates modern religion. Give thanks.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. Prophet Joseph, my Lord.
Bless the Lord, my Lord.
Bless the Lord.
Give thanks, my Lord and Empress, for the reasoning, my Lord, and for the culture each and everyone brought for, my Lord. Yeah, I got a lot of clearance, my Lord, from the hidden vision. I learned. I think I really got the clearance of why our Father really tell us religion is vain, religion is dead, Christianity is Satanism. Because, well, to start, and say the spirit that confess that the Spirit of Christ comes through flesh and blood is of God, and the one that confesses that comes in a spirit is from the Antichrist. So we see how religion has taken ancient scriptures, ancient
rules,
culture and ancient knowledge to twist the thing around and make the people think that God is a spirit and you have to die to see God, which is Satanism, and they don't really teach us to love our brother and our sister, and it's the same thing. It's words. Religion has the words, but they don't have the works, which is the same thing, vain. So, yes, my Lord, give thanks for our prophet, our priest, and our king, because without a prophet, there is no vision. Without a priest, there is no ceremonial Lord, and without a king, the people would perish. So give thanks, my Lord, for such a blessed Trinity, my Lord, that will come to enlighten the black hole of people, my Lord, within this salvation. which is the works that we have that we have to develop for ourselves, to save ourselves and to save our nation. Give thanks, my Lord, for the elders, my Lord, giving the word of wisdom. And yes, give thanks for the whole study group, my Lord. The word from each and every one is precious, my Lord. So give thanks for, such a mighty session, my Lord.
Terrible. Give thanks, my Lord. I would like to, conclude on my part by saying, righteousness of salvation is what we stand on, That don't have no religion attached to it. Any situation that we are in, we just do the right, Yeah, we'll meet new situations like His Majesty said, and we'll have to handle those based off of our own consciousness and not something that was written in a book or that somebody else told us, but just because we have a moral compass, which is our heart, the God that lives and reigns in all flesh, the spirit of the Black Christ, the spirit of truth and right, that's in all flesh of all people. We just obey, and that is the spirit, So yeah, you don't need a religion for that. You could use a religion and get that, but you don't need it. You know what I mean? You can find that within yourself if you maybe somebody might not need that guy, like a Christ figure might not need that guy because they're it themselves for everybody else. But most of us, we need something or someone to look to help us navigate through this world, So we have to look for teachers, Those teachers could be our elders, our peers, life experience, everything. If we pay attention, we can learn that spirituality. It's a natural thing. It's not a ghost thing. It's not a fantasy thing. It's not like you have to wear anything particular to be spiritual or go to a certain place to be spiritual. It has no boundaries. It has no, there's nothing stopping it. There's nothing disconnecting us from it or from each other. It's everywhere and everything, and everyone. And if we can see it in ourselves and see it in others, and we can live good, give us a clean hand and a pure in heart that we shall see God. We see God in ourselves and in each other. Then to me, that's the essence of it all. And doing good, helping, being your brother and sister's keeper. It don't get no better than that, Yeah. And for us, the repatriation aspect of it is a very important thing, because for us to be spiritually and temporally balanced and free and not lopsided, like His Majesty said, we have to have our own homeland. We have to have our birthright. Over here in the West, we have to struggle to get even the crumbs off of the master's table. But naturally, we come from a place of abundance, abundance of space, abundance of creation, animals, food and resources in general. But because we got stripped away from that, now we have to reclaim that. That's a part of our religion. That's the main focus of our religion, being that freedom, redemption, and repatriation is it. So His Majesty understood that. Marcus Garvey understood that. King Emmanuel understood that. They all work towards establishing organizations, foundations that would work towards this international morality, which would establish righteousness and let righteousness cover the earth as water covers the sea. Most High, Selassie I, Jah. It's my Lord and Empress. So, at this time, I'll turn it over to the Honorable Priest to say, a great prayer to seal up the reasoning and, send us on our way. It's my Lord.
My Lord. Yeah, we glorify. Yeah, glory be unto our Father and unto His Son and unto the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, is now and ever shall be, His world without end. So we allow our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Jah Rastafari. Great and terrible God, Jah Rastafari is the Almighty God. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie.
Jah Rastafari.
We give thanks for the love of each other. But most of all, we give thanks for the love of our Father for us. Because it's through Thy love that we are here, O Father, through Thy love and Thy mercy. So we beseech Thee to cause thy face to shine upon us and be gracious unto us and give us peace through thy mercy and thy love. Holy Emmanuel, I, Celeste, be for strength upon this Lent fast. We ask thee to purge us of all our infirmities, of all the colonial residues that we have intaken. We ask thee to open our minds, give us a clear mind, a clear conscience, a clean hands, and a pure heart, that we may receive thy salvation, just the way thou hast given it to us, so we can also pass it on to the younger generation that is to come. This we ask in thy name. Holy Emmanuel, I,
Lord, give thanks, my Lord.
Give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Yes, I.
Give thanks, love family.
My Lord.
Love. Praise my Lord, everyone.
Yeah, even studying together is African spirituality and practice in doing, Give thanks, my Lord and Empress. This is the African Liberation Network, and this is the Bobo Shanti International Study Group. Give thanks for all words of right. Yes, and until next time, all guidance and protection.